do the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Pun Kelly get caught in the fake. Facts and logic with a twist of chest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Human blood pulls the lights right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity when they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Machine Pun Kelly with a set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Hello and welcome to the Pun Show. I'll be joined by my friend Kitty, Resistance Kitty, hopefully sometime soon. But before she gets here, oh, and there she is.
Hi.
My favorite cat. Well, my second favorite cat. So we're gonna talk about the Epstein files. Do you say it Epstein or Epstein?
Epstein.
Epstein, like a spleen.
Mm-hmm.
So I hear it pronounced both ways, and I find myself always pronouncing it both ways because I can't settle on one or the other.
I pronounce it the German way.
The German way, like
Epstein.
Einstein. You wouldn't say Einstein or Einstein.
Exactly.
So you're from Germany? Do I remember?
I was raised there.
You was right.
My youth was spent there.
And Stein is the German word for mug, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember like vague things from my 9th grade German class, like Das Buch ist rot. Lobis, Vobis das Bibliothek.
Where's the library?
Like things that I will ever need to use unless I'm in the middle of a podcast with somebody that speaks German.
Exactly. Which could happen.
So it's Epstein. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to share my screen with people here because I think you put together this amazing site for anybody that's really interested in Epstein and trying to figure out what actually is going on. You put together. Did you put it together primarily, or was it like with a team of people?
No, this is just me, and my partner helps with some of. In fact, he's working on some of the infrastructure that I need a little bit of help with right now, as far as the site and having contributors. So what it is it's an Epstein wiki, and what we've created here is we're trying to create a collaborative database that actually has both a repository of the files and shares other repository for the files, but also has explanations for each of the pieces of the files, and sort of like solves the mystery. Like the idea is there's a bunch of us that are just these amateur investigators that want to go in, and we put every piece of documentation out here, and then we're going to solve the Epstein list. In fact, I even have a preliminary list on there. And we have like law students that want to help and librarians, and we have a couple of survivors that have reached out. And the idea is the government is failing us as women. I myself am a survivor, not an Epstein survivor, but a survivor of grooming. And thus, we've all been failed multiple times. And it's just time. So we're taking justice into our own hands, in that we're just going to be putting it out there. Here it is. And here's the evidence that says that this is who these people are and what they are. So it's only been launched like technically for a few days. There's a great story that goes along with how we got this site. And it was about 6 weeks ago, maybe less than that, maybe a month ago, I have discovered as I was sorting through the files that Jeffrey Epstein had a website that the PR person and Steve Bannon and a bunch of his other folks had created for him to try and help clean up his reputation after he had been arrested previously. Well, when I looked up the domain, it was available. The domain that he had used, but it was like $3,000. It was like $3,000.
Whoa!
I can't afford that. I mean, like, So I put out there, hey, if somebody will buy this domain name and why, I will build an Epstein Wikipedia. I will build it, and we will get this done. And then 20 minutes later, somebody reached out to me.
Wow!
Blue Sky. Off of Blue Sky, and said, okay, I bought it.
So he just dropped $3,000 for this site to be built.
This amazing person,
or they, I should say. I don't know what gender they were.
So this amazing person. So then I started going, oh shit, well, I need to do something. So what I wanted
You've got to put
sure,
your mouth where his money is.
Absolutely. So I went and immediately started spending hours researching, like, how do I protect them? How do I protect us? I reached out to Knight, who is our cyber person who volunteers and has a great podcast on cybersecurity. And I reached out to others, and I managed to pick up the domain epsteinwiki.com. How perfect is that? Because that's exactly that. And I decided to keep, like, I have multiple depositories, because we just know that there's going to be people trying to corrupt it and take it down and all of this. So we've have multiple places where we have it deposited, and we're backing it up a couple times a day. And then we purchased a few domains to be able to put it on to separate the person who made this purchase. So all they're needing to do is forward it, so that they're kind of kept protected from it a little bit. So anyway, long story short, I have been working night and day, and kind of, you can even see I've kind of disappeared off of hanging out on the podcast for a few days, because I've been so buried, especially with the release of the new files. So right now, we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of documentation. There's no way that one person can go through this. So I'm actually reaching out and begging for the community to come in and participate and work on this with us. And to be just like you were a contributor for Wikipedia, except this one is all Epstein all the time. And so we need timelines put together, and we need pages about people and connections put in, and pictures put in of the people, and all sorts of things. And I'm trying really hard to keep everything legit, and try to make it sound.
Can I just step in there and just mention something? Because this is one of the reasons I wanted to promote this website, because I think you've done a really admirable job of that.
Thanks.
And that's why
it's really hard.
I've got Donald Trump pulled up for a very specific reason. Like, I looked at that yesterday, and it's so objective. Like, I think a lot of people might think this is like a Get Trump website, right?
It's not.
I'm just going to read what you have here.
We are working so hard to word it. I've been working with ChatGPT a lot about word this so that it's not accusatory, that it's very as neutral as possible, because I think that's important as we're putting things out there. So go ahead.
So Donald John Trump is an American businessman, media personality, and politician who served as the 45th president of the United States from 2017 to 2021. Trump appears and is currently the president. Trump appears in Epstein-related research due to documented social interactions with Jeffrey Epstein during the 1990s. It's not that old, Kelly, and early 2000s. Including photographs, contemporaneous media reporting, and references in civil litigation materials. This article documents verifiable records and reporting only. Inclusion does not constitute an allegation of criminal wrongdoing unless explicitly stated in cited sources. And so then you go through and you've got like his documented connections and everything like that. But nowhere in there do you ever accuse him of anything.
No.
Everything that you say about him is verified and like clickable.
Everything is going to be clickable and the whole 9 yards. Even our Epstein list that we have, our preliminary list that we put together, specifically says we are merely showing these are the people that have been associated. These are the ones that we know. And then as we find the connections, we're trying to link the piece of evidence to the article specifically, not as well as we're giving lots and lots of energy into to the independent investigative reporters that are out there working their asses off working their cat booties off through the holidays to get things out. So one of the things we're doing is we're putting the links to the journalists in there and summaries to their articles also. So you've got a depository of journalists and who to reach out to and who are the indie journalists that we absolutely know are the most reliable in regards to the data that they're collecting and putting together. So we really are trying to make this an open source, like collective that we're finding. We even have an area where I've started going on social media, and as people are on social media publishing things, because we all know how, especially on social media owned by Meta and Elon, how things disappear.
Yeah.
I've been trying to actively take screenshots of
and actually from the Department of Justice things disappear too.
Oh, they absolutely do. And that's why the minute that things get dropped, we're up there downloading, we get all the original records and make sure that we have them in our depositories. And there are a lot of people, which I'd love to name drop at some point through here, that are putting together incredible research tools. The challenge is with the Epstein thing is that there is just so much data, an incredible amount, that it's going to take thousands of us to try and put all of these pieces together. So
that's something, yeah.
If we know that the FBI has 1,000 people working on it, every, days and days and days, and they're not able to get through it, just imagine what it's like for us. But I think that we have the smartest minds in the world out there. They don't. Not right now. They've let go of their best of the best. And I think there are plenty of folks out there that will want to come in and get screened. I do those screenings. And I'm pretty, if you're afraid to be screened, then you shouldn't participate in this project, because I have to protect my survivors and my investigators. So I want to have a meeting online. I want to be able to know that you're who you are. And any amateur can do this. We're looking for people that are good at organizing data, people that know how to edit, people that can write, people like whatever your little thing is that you are is your magical power. That's what we want to do. That there isn't anything. People that just want to post about it online or update pages. Like there's so many roles that need to be filled. People to go do open source, hunting of, hey, we need to connect all of these pieces. How is this shell corporation attached to this? Because we're not just doing the girls, we're doing the money too.
So we've got a few comments here. We've got somebody saying, I could tell this was a feminist, liberal, leftist live stream before I even clicked on it. Is the Epstein Files thing, is that just a feminist thing? Is it? Do you think that have you had interactions with men that also believe that little girls shouldn't be raped? And
the majority of my volunteers are male. And for the record, for that little person, just so you know, my specialty, one of my big specialties, is working with abused men. And I even wrote a book called The Silent Men about abused men. So you can't, that's not something that's written by a radical feminist. I have boy children. So no, this is about the power and corruption and abuse. And by the way, it wasn't just girls that were raped and abused. There we have multiple accounts in there, evidence, testimony of boys being raped too
So
and tortured.
yeah, I think like raping children is bad. I don't understand why there are people that are like on the let's defend the rapist side
Mhm.
of raping children. Like there's some things I've seen, some reactions from MAGA on this that are, well, these girls, there was this one TikTok video that some MAGA nut job, was, well, what were you doing in high school? You know what you were doing. These girls knew what they were doing. Like that kind of thing is just like,
Mhm. That's the same. These are the same guys that are like, well, what was she wearing? Was she
yeah.
asking for it?
So anyway, so there's your weird responses. There's some things. I'll ask you, how would you rather do this? Like go through the dashboard I made together,
Sure.
or should I just ask you questions?
Either way, however you
Um,
want.
well, let's go ahead and try this. Let me just switch to. So this is, I put together this dashboard called Stupid or Watergate, the Epstein files.
Oh, I love that.
I don't know if you remember, John Oliver had Stupid Watergate about
Mhm.
the whole Russia investigation, where so much of the issues were generated by Trump reacting to reporting and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Like
It's a
initially, it was just an investigation on Trump or on Russia interfering with the election, and the more Trump said about it,
Mhm.
and the more people started thinking, well,
It's
Trump,
it it
getting
is
in,
never the act. It's always a cover up that
yeah.
gets you in trouble.
And so I
Always.
was like doing some research on this yesterday, and it's in here.
Mhm.
There was, like people say, well, why didn't Biden release them? And we'll go into all
Oh
that.
my
Or
gosh.
they'll say, well, why, basically, there was if you go and you look at the Google search history on Epstein,
Mhm.
there was a little bump in interest after he committed government assisted suicide. And other than that, there just wasn't a lot of interest in the Epstein thing.
Mhm.
The only interest was from people on the right, and a particular segment of people on the right who made it an issue. Like they were the ones that were interested in it.
Mhm.
And so it's not that there was some kind of cover up from the liberals and the Democrats. I would say that there is a lack of interest that I fault the Democrats for.
Well,
Like,
I
I think that there should have been more reaction to the response to the victims.
I think this is I think in the beginning it was less about I think there I think there's a combination of both active corruption that led to this as well as incompetence. And I
Yeah,
think it goes straight from the street cop all the way up through the presidency. But I also think that there were administrations that really weren't completely tuned in to what was happening because it wasn't noisy, because they did such a fantastic job making it disappear
mm-hmm.
until he started running for president. That's just my opinion.
He never actually promised really to release the Epstein files,
No, he didn't.
but he led people along to believe he would.
Mhm.
The people who it was important to believed he was going to do it when he appointed Kash Patel, when they had like the binders, and
Well,
they
even some of the survivors, there are survivors that voted for him based on his promise.
Mm-hmm. So so this casino Indian red dot or whatever
Mhm.
wants to remind us that Trump is still the president. I don't think there's any dispute about that here, right? Like,
I'm sorry, was there some sort of an election denial thing that I missed that
I don't know why that is a relevant thing.
he is the president, yes. He's
So
also a rapist and murderer, in my opinion, based upon the
yeah,
documentation that I have read through.
And
a pedophile
based
and a
on what
sex
he's
trafficker.
publicly done. I mean, he is an adjudicated rapist, and he's murdering people on the high seas. But he's still the president.
But he's still the president.
Cope harder. Ha 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 ha. You are all pathetic. Ha ha.
All right.
So the lack of coaching.
That's an opinion.
Kind of tells you everything you need to know. All right. So that's a good introduction to the top. I think that there's what you're saying is basically where I'm at. Like the only thing, like it's kind of like, and it's why I call it stupid or Watergate, is because it's like the combination of incompetence and corruption. It's like the only thing that's blocking his absolute corruption is his absolute incompetence. And the whole thing, like this whole thing, is a lot worse than it would have been if he weren't either competent or corrupt. But when you put them both together, it becomes like both funny and sad at the same time. Like you laugh at how stupid they are, but the ramifications are really serious and really sad. There's still victims that aren't getting justice.
Absolutely. You are absolutely right.
So
and that's the purpose of the Epstein Wiki, is that we may not get the government to convict, but we're going to allow the public to make the decisions based upon it. But we're going to put the truth out there. And there is a list, and we have a list.
And this is not an anti-Trump podcast for this purpose. This
Not
is
at all.
a pro-justice for the victim.
This is a pro-justice. I don't care. Let me just say this, and I have said this online 1,000 times. I don't care if Betty White and Dolly Parton, who are my two favorite patron saints of Kitty, are in the files. If they are there and we have enough circumstantial evidence that says that they were involved in some way, they need to be brought up on whatever charges are necessary. And it does not matter.
If you rape children, you belong in prison. Period. End of story. No questions asked. Boom. But, and we need to start going through this, but at the same time, I think being mentioned in the Epstein files does not mean you're a child rapist. Like there are people that are mentioned there that have, because Epstein also had genuine, I don't know if genuine is the right word, but actual philanthropic endeavors. Whether they were genuine or not is all, it was part of how he hooked people into his corruption.
Yep.
Like he gave this facade of being a philanthropic person, but apparently that was part of how he got.
That was all his cover. It's no different than people who use religion to hide their crimes.
Yeah. Good analogy. So I'll just start going through this. Stupid or Watergate. All right. How Trump's administration turned transparency into the world's most incompetent cover-up and united his own base against him. So the TLDR is Trump signed a law requiring the release of all the Epstein files by December 19th, 2025. Then his own DOJ violated it, released heavily redacted documents, removed files from Trump's photo, made the search functions unusable. Like the whole thing where you could type in Trump and the search would come up with nothing, like they had blocked the search. But then if you search Trump with a space bar, then you could find all this Trump stuff. So they kind of incompetently tried to block, Trump searches to make it look like Trump wasn't in there. Like if somebody just came along and typed in Trump, they wouldn't find anything. And they'd say, oh, he's not in the files. But that's why I say their incompetence got in the way of their corruption. So then, the cover was so incompetent that Trump's own supporters, from Joe Rogan to MTG to QAnon Shaman, called it out. The redactions could be reversed with copy and paste. What have you done? Anything? Have you
Yes,
looked at those files and
absolutely, absolutely. We're trying to do both. That's one of the things that I'm trying really hard to do on there is, okay, here's the redacted, here's the unredacted. But again, that's another step that we haven't even, I'm still putting together our skeleton.
So the one thing I've been concerned about with the Control F or the unredacted things is that the victims' names could be unredacted also.
They are. Mm-hmm.
And so I have been concerned that people would paste the unredacted version while leaving those names unredacted. Mm-hmm. Are you making sure to
yes
redact?
Absolutely. That's one of the extra steps.
You can't do that easily. Like, no, that's more than a one-person job.
It is.
The real question is, how many of these people that are contributing to this crime are going to jail? I think all of them should. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't even understand why people make this like about a Trump, not Trump, Clinton, not Clinton.
It's not
type of thing. If anybody that raped children or contributed to raping children goes to jail, that should not be a partisan thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is not about politics. This is about justice. And in there, we're not running around saying blah 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 blah.
So again, Casino there wants to know why we hate America. We don't. You hate America.
I love America.
Casino hates America. He hates anybody that disagrees with him. And so then he hates America because America is about freedom, and that means people have different ways to express themselves.
Exactly.
That wasn't a question. How many? Sadly, so far none. And that is part of the problem. Mm-hmm. You can't have. He says that wasn't a question. How many are going to jail? The right now 0, other than Maxwell.
Mm-hmm. And isn't it funny that the only person who's gone to jail for this is a woman? I find that really interesting.
Well, Epstein went to jail temporarily. He died in jail. But anyway, whether or not that was a real suicide is my favorite tweet. One of my favorite tweets of all times was, "If you were surprised by Epstein's suicide, think how he felt."
That's brilliant.
But so, and I think this does why so there's this law that was passed with every single person in Congress except for one, that's the Senate and the House, both Congress, both houses. Mm-hmm. Only one person voted against it. He signed it into law. I mean, now arguably he knew that a veto wasn't gonna do any good, so he signed it out of necessity. Mm-hmm. Why is he like just the fact that they are now blocking all this stuff and and they found 1 million files and all of this other stuff sure looks suspicious. Like if you already were suspicious, it looks a lot more suspicious. So the act of trying to cover things up, even if there is nothing in him, things like blocking his name search and
making it difficult,
releasing the pictures of Clinton, but not the pictures of, and which, by the way, those pictures of Clinton, they were all in public places. And there's they're like, oh, he's wearing these funny looking dresses. Those are African shirts. And, there was an already publicized trip to Africa to take care of AIDS. Like, I'm not saying that doesn't mean Clinton didn't do anything wrong. I'm saying those pictures don't mean Clinton did something wrong.
Right.
But anyway, So Casino wants to take over the. Oh, don't tell them a Clinton should go to. Like I've said several times, if Clinton is shown to do anything wrong, Clinton should go to jail. Can you say that if Trump, Casino, can you say that if Trump raped children, Trump should go to jail? Well, suspicious. Any proof though?
Yes, we have receipts. There are so many receipts. That's the whole point of this. Is yes, we do.
That's like
that's
the whole thing about how many times have you found like was Trump redacted in any of those unredacted?
So many. One of the more terrifying. You know what? The files have shown me. Now I understand where he gets his post-birth abortion statement. Because one of the files that was redacted and is now unredacted talked about Trump and Epstein and the survivor's uncle raping her on Trump's yacht in Lake Michigan. And we do now know he did have a yacht in Lake Michigan at the time. And threw her newborn baby in the water, that she had gotten pregnant. They had been trafficking her, and she got pregnant while being trafficked. And she had the baby on the boat, and they threw the baby in Lake Michigan.
So this is like one of those
This is sworn statements.
Yeah, these are allegations that were made, and like in fairness, this is like some of these things are like the VAERS report, in that they are they are statements made to the FBI.
These are sworn statements
that have not been vetted. They
No, many of these have been, and that they are sworn statements, meaning go to jail if you lie.
So these aren't just like, because I was under the impression that some of these things were like people called in called into the tip line.
There are some that are called into tip lines.
And then like the one about the limo driver, that one apparently was like called into a tip line, and then they interviewed him, and he has a friend that says that Hillary Clinton was in on the Oklahoma City bombing, and so the Department of Justice is saying this guy is unreliable.
But that's what they do. They did.
But this is
what they do.
Like the other side of that to me is that's what's been happening to the victims all along.
Yeah, this is their same MO that they do to anybody. This is what they do. They're going to make them sound crazy or slutty or dirty or criminal.
Or they'll just say they're just making it up to get Trump.
Yeah, they're just making it up to get Trump. But you can't have, we're talking thousands of victims.
I swear I was just introduced. Sworn statement. I don't know what that means.
Sworn statement is like a
oh no, I don't know what he was introduced to.
Oh, yeah, there's lots of affidavits in there of and lots of survivor testimony. That's the other piece, is that we're picking up a lot of. Oh, I think I like that. Anyone that harms children should not be allowed to hold office. But you would think that would be a given, right? With the laws, if you're harming children, there should be consequences, don't you think?
I think jail should be a consequence. She's right. Liberals do incriminate without evidence or facts.
We have receipts. We have witnesses and sworn testimony.
That's like enough. This is like saying don't release the evidence because you don't have any evidence. Like the whole point of saying release the Epstein files is to see if there is evidence or not. When people start blocking what could be evidence, it makes you think, gee, maybe there is evidence. Nobody's saying that Trump should go to jail based on what we know right now. What we are saying is anybody that is in the Epstein files that is shown to have raped children should go to jail. That is the premise of our entire conversation here. If Donald Trump raped children, he should go to jail. If Bill Clinton raped children, he should go to jail. If
Mhm.
Dolly Parton raped children, she should go to jail. Anybody that raped children should go to jail. I don't understand why that is even a remotely controversial position. I think that what's happened here is with the MAGA is that there is a certain group that's kind of latched on to Trump because of the whole QAnon thing. And those people are actually like legitimately concerned about children. And they thought that they were told that Donald Trump was going to be their savior. He was going to be the Moses that led these children out or whatever.
Mhm.
And they feel the most betrayed right now. They're like Marjorie Taylor Greene is a perfect example that
Mhm.
she's as pure MAGA as MAGA gets, more pure than Donald Trump is. And I'm not saying that is a good thing. I think, but I think at least
And
she
she's a
has
loyalist.
real conviction that children shouldn't be raped. And I think I
Mhm.
have real conviction that like you had said before, that you were groomed. I was molested as a child. Um, there's like, it's not a liberal or conservative thing to
Oh.
be against child being raped.
Mhm.
I don't understand. I just don't understand why there is anybody that needs to make this partisan. All right. Sorry, I ranted.
Unless, of course, they believe, that the conservative movement is supportive of this kind of behavior, and they support that behavior.
So you're saying Trump shouldn't be in jail? I don't think he should be in jail if he didn't do anything. I think he should be in jail. Well, he's got his other crimes that he should be in jail for, but 200 billion stolen from California. There can be more than one
Right now,
important
hold
thing.
on. Right now, we're focused on the Epstein files. So we're not going to discuss anything but the
Thank
Epstein files. So you can text all of the garbage you want. I mean, trans for all, men and girls sports, the evil immigrant, Schrodinger's immigrant, whatever you want. But this episode is about the Epstein
The
files.
Epstein files.
We
And it
have
has nothing.
boundaries.
Don't even get on.
Boundaries.
You know they're going to start on the trans stuff in a minute.
Oh, I'm sure.
And they'll vote for pedo again if they know he's pedo. Democrat politicians stealing billions from taxpayers. There weren't any actually.
Again.
I don't want to. It
Again,
wasn't Democrats. It was criminals that stole money from them.
and again, we're not chilling on that. What are we talking about? We're talking about the Epstein files. Let's
Thank
talk
you
about
for
Epstein
holding
files.
me.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Boundaries.
being my compass.
We're going to stay directed.
What do they always call people who want to hold Trump accountable? A liberal when the majority. And that's a good point. It's not like there's Trump or anti-Trump.
I'm sorry, but the survivors that voted for Trump have already publicly come out against Trump and said he needs, this is that they have realized that he's involved. So
yeah. And you got, so this I think is a good synopsis of what we are saying. Well, I'm glad they aren't jumping to conclusions. Sounds like they're regular people, normal people who want pets in prison regardless of politics. And this is why, like I pointed out on your website, your write-up of Donald J. Trump just actually says he hasn't been connected to anything, that right now, there's no evidence that he did anything, right? So
well, it's that there's no charges, and the evidence doesn't directly show that he did specifically anything, but we are going to put the connections. Here are the pictures with him. Here's the sworn statements and the testimony from survivors. Here are the witness testimonies, because we have witnesses and victims of Trump, their affidavits and court testimony, by the way.
All right, so let's go to this. This is a good comment. This is something I thought about.
Oh, yeah, you didn't care about the last 5 or 6.
Can I take this one first, and then I'll
Sorry.
hand it off?
Yeah.
So you didn't care about the Epstein files for the past 5 to 6 years. Now suddenly you care so much. I will say this: nobody cared about the Epstein files for 5 to 6 years. I was like asking, like I didn't even really know anything about the Epstein files. I didn't know enough about and I have said, I think that I I feel bad about not being on this train earlier, but nobody else was either. I went and I asked. I looked into the search history of Epstein's name
Mm-hmm.
and for Epstein files. There was almost nothing about it all the way up until 2019 when he committed government-assisted suicide. Then there was a little bump, and then there was nothing again. Even up into the election, there wasn't much stuff about the Epstein files. The one who made everything about the Epstein files, when the surge happened, when all of a sudden there was all this interest in the Epstein files, is when Trump had his or when Pam Bondi had her little was it Pam Bondi or the Nazi Barbie? I forget. Anyway,
Bondi. It was Bondi.
So Bondi and they released they gave all these binders to all these right-wing podcasters and influencers that were like, these were the people that were all juiced up and goosed up about the Epstein files, right? And then they started looking at it and they started going, and I'm not talking about like fringe people, like some of his like core supporters, like what's his name, Drano guy. Can't you know what I'm talking about? Anyway,
Drano guy.
The something like his name is something Drano or Drano something, but like a podcaster. And so anyway, like it was like 19 of his podcast loyalists that were all into it, and so they gave them all the binders, and because they've been into it, they're like diving into this binder, and it's all just like information that had already been released. And it's like volume 1, and they're parading around with these binders that don't have any new information in them, and they felt used, and they were also felt like, what are you? That's when they said, you're putting on this show and you're making us part of this show. What are you actually hiding? So they're the ones that started questioning it. Now, did the Democrats see a weakness there? Did they jump on and say, hey, there's a crack in MAGA, let's take advantage of it? Yes, they did, but that's the politics of it. The justice of it is the women still need to be, they still need justice. So you can say that the Democrats are wrong to jump on this and use it as a wedge issue to divide MAGA. You can make that argument, and whether or not they're wrong, I won't get into, but whether or not they're doing it, they probably are to some degree. But that doesn't change that the victims need justice. So anyway, that's my answer.
Okay, so first I'm going to say, yeah, people did care about it because I live in Florida, and I remember when the case happened in 2006, and I had little babies then, and I was a survivor. So I have, and if you go through my social media, I talked about the Epstein files since like 2016 at least, because in 2016 there was a lawsuit filed against Trump and Epstein, criminal charges that ended up, the case got dropped. So I remember it very much. Now, did the general public care? No, but there was enough of us creating the slow burn of making noise, because if there wasn't, the right never would have jumped on it. They never would have jumped on it. Now, did QAnon kind of and Russiagate and did all these other things make louder noises? Yes, but we've been actively working towards trying to do things with the Epstein's files for many years. Now, the one thing I am going to say is that actually the FBI and DOJ were pursuing a number of cases against co-conspirators and so on when Trump took office. But guess what happened when Trump took office? All those cases were told to go away. Every one of them.
And Pam Bondi, did she have anything to do with
absolutely
that first case?
Which case?
The one where he got the sweetheart deal.
I think so. Although Acosta is the one that was really behind that. But she was very deep with Trump back then. as well. And Epstein and Trump were really tight back then. And so I'm sure there were lots of favors passed around. I don't have evidence of that, but going back to the person who said we didn't care, oh yes, we did. But nobody listened to us. That's what we're trying to say. We started in 1996 for 20 years. 30 years? Yeah, 30 years. 20 that have been trying to get justice. So no, there are more people that care about it now, but there are more people aware of it. The amount of caring is dependent on the amount of information that people see out there.
That's more or less my point. Like, and the ones that ginned up the curiosity are the Trump administration when they released these fake binders.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's if you want to look at like where it really took off and interest and awareness in it, it's when they started trying to pretend like they were releasing new stuff they weren't releasing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's when it got. Then that's when the right started to get suspicious.
So we've got Mr. MAGA here. Liberals don't need evidence or facts. It's how they feel. I don't. Okay. Where have we talked about how we feel or not said anything that's not factual? Like, I'm sorry if our facts are hurting your feelings.
I mean, if
you're
you
the one that's
see the documents,
reacting emotively right here.
I am happy for anybody on there. Please go through the documentation. Please go through the documents. We are making it easy for you to. Jmail has a great resource for a searchable email style interactive. They also have a photo database, the whole 9 yards. We use them a lot. There are enough of us out there. Go through the documents yourself and see. Those of us that are making noises are here because we have documentation and receipts. We have receipts. And yes, victim statements and witness statements count as receipts. At some point, we need to start believing survivors.
This is just presenting this again. This is an entire website that is nothing but facts. And so the idea that we're afraid of facts is ridiculous.
Absolutely.
We actually are. The ones who are afraid of facts are the people that don't want to hear them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Feelings do not count as receipts, only evidence. Forensic.
Who is creating the feelings? Yes, we have evidence. Testimony and witnesses count as evidence. They could not have put Maxwell in jail if they did not have evidence. Go look at it yourself.
Accusing the president without... What have we accused Trump of?
Oh, I absolutely... I will say it right here and now. I absolutely believe that we have enough documentation to show that he is a murderer and a pedophile. He's an adjudicated rapist. We absolutely know that.
And also...
Say here, this is my opinion.
Also, I wonder how many times
I've read.
James talked about the Biden crime family.
And please, POTUS, sue me, please, because you know what? Discovery is going to be a rar.
There was a comment earlier. Somebody said, "Have you noticed he hasn't sued anybody over this? As litigious as he is, he hasn't sued a single person."
And I welcome it. Please.
We don't trust sources that lied 1,000 times. But you trust Donald Trump, who has literally lied, documented lies 35,000 times just in his first term. That's not even counting the last 5 years. Nobody has ever lied as much as Donald Trump. If Donald Trump said the sky is blue, I would run outside to see what the hell happened to the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So, all right.
What are the sources that lied 1,000 times?
I think we are. Unless, I mean, based on his previous comments.
If I'm lying, please go look at the documentation. Please.
Oh, 13% committing.
Oh,
Now we're just going.
no.
to
Excuse me.
stuff.
I'm sorry. No, we are discussing the Epstein files. That's what we're talking about. We're not going to discuss and pander to other things. I have boundaries.
That's the miscommunication you have. You assuming people trust Donald Trump. The primary driver told as we don't trust anybody because we never get a fair. What we want is a fair and impartial investigation.
Absolutely. Please, even. Please.
That's actually what this
appoint
whole
a special prosecutor, please.
We all we have been saying is this is not about Donald Trump. This is about justice for the women. Mm-hmm. Then people come in and start defending Donald Trump when I say these women need justice.
Why are they
why is your first reaction to defend Donald Trump if you don't think that Donald Trump did something? So all right, so I want to go back. I want to at least try to go through some
some boundaries.
Distracted by the comments. I want to go back, at least try to go through this.
I did want to mention one thing and say that the reason why the Biden administration did not release any Epstein files was because Maxwell was on trial during the Biden administration, and then they were pursuing the co-conspirators after that. So it was an active investigation happening.
Right. And also the largest cache of I've got a, I can go into there's a whole tab.
Here's another thing that we discovered in these files. There were 25 men that gave settlements over sexual assaults related to Epstein.
I've got a whole tab on the Biden question.
Oh.
Why did I anticipated this? Why didn't Biden release them? This is the question people keep asking.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what actually happened. First, there's a timeline of public interest. From 2014 to 2018, nobody cared about them. I wouldn't say most people didn't care. There was no.
Because I didn't know. They did a really good job.
Know what happened, and there was no media.
They did a real good job squashing
people
it.
Tend to not Google things that they don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
In July 2019, Epstein was arrested. There was a small interest spike. Then, after he committed government-assisted suicide, the interest faded. December of 2021, the Maxwell trial started. Some interest, and it faded after conviction.
Mm-hmm.
And then, starting in January 2024, there was a court unsealed. That was under Biden, by the way, for those that have problems with the space-time continuum. And there were 950 pages released. The grand jury testimony and stuff like that was not released because there was no. I think that the Trump or Biden, in spite of the way that some Trump apologists would have you believe, Biden really did keep his hands off of the Department of Justice. He, as like every other president other than Trump has done. Because Trump was prosecuted, because Trump committed crimes, does not mean Biden had Trump prosecuted. It means that Trump committed crimes. But so he did not, like people are like, well, if Trump's name were in there, then Biden would have released it. No, he wouldn't, because that would assume that Biden knew. And there's no evidence that Biden ever even looked at the
He was busy being the president.
It's like it assumes that
DOJ is not his gig.
Yes, and that's exactly the way it should be. He didn't involve himself in the Justice Department, and there was no other than after the prosecution, there was no real compelling interest for there was no prosecutorial interest. There should have been. I admit that. I will say, I'm disappointed that there was nothing in the Department of Justice to look into what about all these other people that were involved. Why was nobody else prosecuted? Why was it only this one woman that was prosecuted? There was at least 10 other people, right? There was some discussion about prosecuting 10 co-conspirators. Nobody else ever got prosecuted. I feel like, there should be more people prosecuted. You don't have 1,000 victims and only 2 people that did anything. Like there were obviously, whether there was a client list or not, there was a list of clients.
Mhm.
Or there were clients you can list. So I will say I do wish that the Biden Department of Justice had done more on it.
Absolutely. Yes. And I wish the Obama administration had done stuff on it. I wish the Bush administration had done stuff on it. Yeah, this the entire justice infrastructure failed. The entire thing failed. Period.
And in spite of what, like, there was no, but there was no like pressure for Biden to release it. Like Biden was never actively resisting releasing the Epstein files either. There was no like, oh, he's trying to hide it. I searched for any official comments Biden ever even made about the Epstein files, and there was never a comment. There was something that Kamala Harris has said recently, just along the lines of what we're talking about, that they considered the Department of Justice something that was hands off for them, and that's why they never got involved. So let's where did I go? All right, so trying to find my place. DOJ case closed. So then what happened is there was nothing about it in the elections. Then you had the binder gate, but the thing that really knocked everything out was in July, when just after all the after the binders and after Pam Bondi said, the Epstein files are on my desk. All of a sudden, it's just, case closed, memo, right? Just we're done, and that pissed off a whole bunch of people in MAGA, and that got people. That's where the Democrats jumped in, and if you want to say they took a political advantage of it, I'll agree with you. That doesn't mean that the women don't deserve justice, though.
No, it doesn't mean that they don't deserve justice, and it doesn't mean that there aren't going to be consequences in the Democratic Party as well, because we do know that there are. This is nonpartisan. Nonpartisan. There are independents. There are we should be more concerned with the number of oligarchs that are named in them, and how those oligarchs named in them control our very everything. And I know that sounds really paranoid coming like this, but you have to understand that the tech giants control like 85% of our day-to-day interactions through things.
Yes.
Whether it be the media, streaming services, television,
like
social media,
right
like
here.
So we should be more concerned that the people that we're giving all of our money to and that we depend on infrastructurally are named in there.
Like I'm live streaming this to 4 different places, to Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, aka X, and Instagram. Those 4 places are owned by 3 people.
Right. So that's that, and that's why I'm saying, that should be the as big of a concern as if there was a Democrat or Republican. And Jeffrey donated to everything. I actually even found out that I was like once removed from Jeffrey Epstein over the years, because I am a sex therapist, and I became friends with some executive for a particular female birth control product, and I was reaching out trying to help find them funding in order to spin off into their own company many years ago. And as it turns out, I found out through the Epstein emails that one of the people that I knew had reached out to Jeffrey Epstein for funding. So we have to recognize that this man's tentacles reached everywhere.
Yeah.
It's terrifying. We're talking governments, and we're talking our infrastructure, and that's the part that's the scariest part for me. I want justice for these girls, but I also want justice for our culture.
Somebody said Epstein did not donate to Republicans. I'll
Yes,
just
he
say
did.
this:
Oh my God! Just
that
go. You can
he
look it
donated to
up in
both
the
parties.
files. He donated to everybody who asked him, practically, because he used that as a tool. But
He
go
donated.
look. It's
He did
documented.
donate
There are
to
receipts.
Democrats more than Republicans, but I will also say, having donated money to you does not mean anything. Like, I think that this whole thing about like, oh, he donated money to Democrats, like that doesn't matter. It's like, do you think that he's like donating money and then he's got a signed confession that he's got a child sex trafficking thing written on the back of the
Yeah,
check?
it's more interesting to see who he's socializing with and how he's socializing.
I'm
That's
much more
important.
interested in who he's having going to sex parties with. And there's like videotape of him at a sex party. Well, I shouldn't say a sex party.
There's
A party that was probably a sex party with Playboy women.
Let's call it a
there's-
sex trafficking party, because sex parties are fun and they're safe and they're
Oh
healthy
no,
in the right
the one
environment.
party with
The
at
sex
the
trafficking
Playboy
parties.
I'm talking about the one that has it's at the Playboy mansion or whatever,
Mhm.
where they're like hanging out together. As far as I know, there was no minors there, no sex trafficking, but there was probably some sex.
Well,
So anyway, I think that there's this, like people that there's a difference between being associated with him on the philanthropic front and, like you're saying, being socially connected to him. Like Trump traveled in the same social circles for like years.
So did RFK Jr. So did RFK Jr.
Lawyer, like even the lawyer for the victims in the first case that was trying to get it overthrown, the plea deal overthrown because he didn't get enough justice for the victims, went to a bunch of people. And in fairness to Trump is the only one that could talk to them, that would talk to him. That also, though, means Trump had something to say to him. Like, Trump knew stuff. Trump was aware of stuff. Why doesn't Trump go and talk to the oversight committee?
Trump
he doesn't need to be
blew it. He could have come out as the hero and whistleblower. Think about it. He could have been the hero, but he's too deep into it. So
again, this is not about
the politics.
It's not about politics. It's about justice.
Because let's talk about there are others in there, like the one that broke my heart was Richard Branson, because I have always adored him and has seen how he treats his staff. I've known people that have worked for him. He does an amazing amount of charity. So then to see him partying at Epstein's island, I'm not sure which island the pictures are at, if they're at Epstein's or if they're at Branson's island, but that broke my heart, that social association. And that's the picture that we're at the guy that invented the Segway too.
Remember when Trump was trying to insinuate that he was an informant? I remember there was that, and then somebody like Mike Johnson tried. Is there any evidence at all that he was ever an informant?
I have not found anything yet. I'm not saying there's not, and I'm being neutral on this one, because if there is, then that brings me to a whole other thing of like, okay, then let's release all of that data type of stuff. But I have not found anything conclusive that even insinuates that.
And that's kind of like,
when
we talk about if there was evidence that in Trump did something, then they would release it. Well, if there's evidence that Trump helped, release that. Like
why would you not want to release the fact that like, I was actually trying to get rid of this guy. I was actually, I had partied with him, and then I realized he was banging children, and so I was trying to do blah 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 blah. But
what data do you want? Casino says, oh, but you'd love to find the data you want, and so there's
no. I specifically am hunting for things that exonerate people, because the idea of being charged or even having the public think you're involved, I agree. That's a horrific, horrible. I have seen that kind of accusation ruin lives. I have worked with men who have had those kind of so I am super, super trying to find, okay, what is here, because you know what, I would love to find a redeeming quality about these people. I would, you know what, if Trump actually did something good in this world, I would throw that out there like crazy. I would love that, because I'm that person that have always wanted to see the good in people, and I have stopped looking that way since this man has come into our lives to be who he is.
So
I would like to find that he was actually trying to help.
the data I would like to find is just the data. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not looking for a weapon here. I'm looking for justice for the women. I would like the data that shows who raped these girls when they were girls. Like, that's all I want. I want to know who did that so that they can be prosecuted. That's the only data I want to find. I'm not looking for gotchas. I'm not trying to nail Trump, and I'm not trying to nail Clinton, and I'm not trying to excuse Trump, and I'm not trying to excuse Clinton. I think that the people who raped girls should go to jail. I don't know how many times I have to say that.
And the people who helped it happen.
Yes.
And the people who helped it happen, like the staff that was aware and participated, like the pilots who flew these children around and knew what was happening.
There's no evidence that Donald Trump ever contacted the police. How have you looked into somebody? He says that Trump told us 10 years ago that he contacted the police, which is not true.
Find me the soundbite.
Now I will say this. There is definitely some time around the mid 2000s, right about the time that Epstein got nailed, that Trump and Epstein had a falling out. And it seems like
it was over
after
property.
that, if you look at all the Epstein emails, like 50% of them mention Trump. Epstein seemed to really have a vendetta against Trump after that, but it seems personal. It's not like there's no indication that Trump's the one that turned him in. There was never any mention of him in any of the grand jury testimonies, or like there's nothing to show that he was ever remotely connected to this, other than
that's not true.
What okay, go ahead, inform me.
There's actually lots of
I mean, in terms of in terms of aiding the investigation.
Of aiding the investigation? Oh no,
Yeah.
There's nothing. Nothing. There was nothing that says that at all in any way, shape, or form that I have found yet. And I promise you, Kelly, the second I find something, I will give it to you personally to get on your show, to put out there. If I find anything that's exonerating him at all, I'm finding the opposite.
So it's not like we're all. I think there's this thought that we're just suddenly interested in it because now we get Trump, like we got Trump, which kind of like that thought suggests to me that anybody that's saying, "Oh, you just think you've got Trump," now, like you believe that Trump did something.
The last thing in the world I want is to know that my president is a sex trafficking, rapist, murderer. Why would I want that?
So
that's an embarrassment.
It is.
Why would I want that?
That anybody would defend, like if Barack Obama raped children, Barack Obama should go to jail. If Joe Biden raped children, Joe Biden should go to jail. I'm not going to give Trump a get out of jail free card on that. Like Trump deserves to go to jail if he raped children just as much.
And so does Clinton, and so does Richard Branson, and so does Jesus himself if Jesus did it.
Yes, I mentioned that. I don't know if you were here, but yes, I said, in fairness, Trump's lawyer, or not Trump's lawyer, the victim's lawyer, said that, but this was in 2012, that I think he gave an interview where he said this, and he was talking about what happened in 2010. I might have my timeline slightly off, but in the appeals process, when they were trying to appeal this decision, and get the when they were trying to appeal the plea deal. They were trying to get the plea deal thrown out. And so he went and he talked to some people, and he said Trump was the only one who had talked to him. He didn't say that Trump didn't do anything. He didn't say Trump did do anything. He just said Trump was the only one who helped.
I will say
that's why I say if he said Trump helped, why doesn't Trump say what he knew? Like, obviously he knew something. Why is he now trying to pretend he didn't? Like, if the victim's lawyer said he helped, how did he help? What did Trump say that helped? What did he know that helped? Like that's like flipping the thing on its head.
There's a couple of nuances I think that are worth mentioning here, if that's okay. For example, the fact that none of the community turned their back on Jeffrey after he was arrested. Not really. In fact, it's interesting. I've worked with quite a few celebrities over the years in various forms. And I remember speaking to one, a billionaire, and he said to me, you know why rich people only hang out with rich people? And that's because the rich people get the life and understand. And you can't trust those that aren't rich, which I thought was interesting. And part of the reason why I bring this up is because I think the part that we also have to remember is that that's a very true statement, that the billionaires is an exclusive club. What do we have, 800 of them or something along those lines? And those who have extortion level money hang out with each other. They party with each other. They know the stuff that each other is doing.
Mm-hmm. So it's like,
and
bring down 1 billion, you bring down the whole.
That's kind of part of what I'm trying to say, is that he was never frozen out of that community. They take care of their own, and that's part of how we've gotten here.
So I want to mention that just this is I'm on the I'm on the both feeds on YouTube. I'm on the regular feed, and then I'm also on the live feed, whatever, the vertical feed.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a lot of people that scroll in and scroll out, and everybody that scrolls in thinks that we just started the conversation 3 seconds ago, and whatever talking point that they want to bring into it, we haven't already discussed. So somebody comes in just now, why wouldn't this have been presented during the last 3 elections? It just seems there's nothing there. And again, quickly say the reason that it wasn't is you're assuming that everybody has gone through the Epstein files over and over again, and each president has looked at them. There's no evidence that any president ever knew what was in the Epstein files other than Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump's the only president that has shown interest in the Epstein files, and he's only shown interest in blocking their release.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Stormy Daniels has to do. Again, I just want we are actually trying to not make this conversation about Donald Trump.
No. In fact, I keep bringing up the billionaires, the other people. We need to be more concerned about people outside of Trump in the Epstein files. We are talking about Sergey, who created YouTube. We are talking about the heads of major companies that we depend on, who were friends. They knew you don't work in that tight of a circle without knowing. because you're partying. These are the same people you're hanging out with and partying and vacationing with. And part of what clearly Epstein was doing was he had this kind of like fetish for adopting or like acquiring the contact information of the most powerful people in the world. Like he
Mhm.
had Henry Kissinger's information, but I don't think we have any evidence that they've ever had any contact. I don't know. I haven't found anything. Okay. Like I said, there's a lot I don't know. There's more that I don't know than what I know. But you know, like in 2011, they had like it's like 2010, 2011, they had this big billionaires dinner where all the top billionaires
I want
had this meal
I
and
want to
like
just address the irony of this comment while you're talking about what you're talking about.
I I'm literally talking about that. I'm literally Bill Gates too. I literally addressed that. That yeah, Bill Gates, like kudos to the wife for GTFOing the minute that she found anything uncomfortable. In fact, for a while, she was the gatekeeper preventing he and Epstein from connecting.
Wow.
Mhm.
I also want to point to the irony. Like, this is not like a defense of Bill Gates at all, but the right wing didn't start hating Bill Gates until Bill Gates started donating money.
It doesn't matter if
But you know,
and
if Bill Gates raped children, Bill Gates should go to jail. I
one of the
absolutely
things
stand by that. Anybody that rapes
yeah,
children should go to jail. Again, I don't understand the controversy.
and should have his assets, all of his assets seized and redistributed, in my opinion, but that's a whole other ball of wax. But, you know, but here's the other
No,
thing. We
the hate
also
started
know
long before he started buying up massive. The hate started in 2000. I don't know. It was like early 2000s. Bill Gates' dad said, you know, you've got all of this money. Why aren't you donating it? He said, like his dad told him basically he wasn't proud of him, and then Bill Gates was like, why not? And the guy, his dad's like, you're the richest man in the world. You should be the biggest philanthropist in the world. And Bill Gates took that to heart and started donating money. And then he all of a sudden went from like the right wing loved him to the right wing hated him.
mm-hmm.
The left wing has never been like pro Bill Gates. It's just
No,
where anything
because
that the right hates, we must love. Like,
no, because the left doesn't like it wants antitrust laws and stuff. I mean,
told you they'd bring up transgender. All right, so
there
that
it
means
is, and Schrodinger's immigrants. Woohoo! I feel like we should have a bingo card or take a shot or a toke every time somebody brings one of those up. We would have a great time. You know,
wow.
one of the things I was going to mention is I did do a video where I was reading out some of the testimony onto video for those of the MAGA that don't like to read, if they would like to hear that. But let me ask you this, Kelly. Let me ask you, if you were hiring somebody, right? You got 5 people you're hiring. And one of the people that you're getting ready to hire, you're kind of excited about because, you know, they've got a good resume, they've got the right experience, and they interviewed brilliantly. But then you've got like 5 people that inform you that this person has a bit of a reputation. Or let's say 3 people said, "Oh, I've seen him treat women very poorly," and 2 people tell you that that person sexually harassed them. Are you going to hire them?
I'm sorry, I looked at it. People said that they treated them poorly?
No. Okay, I was giving a metaphor, but I'm trying to walk it out with you.
Okay.
That you're an employer.
Okay.
You're hiring 5 people. All things being equal, okay? But there's one particular person that you've taken an extra shine to, but you've discovered, okay, there are 3 people who have informed you that that person, they witnessed that person treating women poorly.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard that person say things derogatory about women. And then you have another person that comes to you and says that this person raped them. Let me ask you, are you going to hire that person?
No.
No. Now let me ask you, how many people does it take to accuse somebody before you finally believe that there's a problem there? even on a general rule, let's say you're not even hiring them, but let's say there's just somebody you know, an acquaintance. How many times, how many accusations does it take?
I think it depends on the person making the accusation too.
Let's pretend they're a friend of yours.
Like if it's somebody I know and trust, then I would say one.
Okay.
If it's somebody I know and I know they're a grifter, I would say more than one.
Okay. What if it's 10 strangers? What if it's somebody you don't know at all?
I
know it's a tough question.
Like definitely the volume would start to become a concern. Like I think about things like what's going through my head right now is the woman that accused Joe Biden of rape. And then like the news investigated her and found out she was a grifter, and then like somebody pointed out that it was like policy you had to wear pantyhose, and that the allegations she was making would be impossible while you're wearing pantyhose and stuff like that. And so then the media, after investigating it, like they gave her enough they believed her enough to look into her story, but when they looked into her story, it looked fake. And then turned out she had been to Russia, and like there's reasons to not believe her. So I think that like I am in the category of believe all women, but don't believe them if they're just obviously lying.
Well, I guess I sit back and go, we have at least, well, I'm going to say the statement. We have more women that have accused Donald Trump of sexual assault, not making this about Trump, than there are transgender athletes in the country.
Yeah.
So at some point I sit back and go, okay, I'm reading through these documents and I'm not seeing Bill Gates' name come up in regards to anything. I have no testimony that talks about Bill Gates anywhere doing anything to anybody, really. Although I think that the woman that Bill Gates is pictured with, that we see him pictured with at hotel rooms, I think that was a bridge player, and I think she was of age, and I need to double check that. That's part of in my queue of investigating, okay? Because those are one of the things I want to look at is like, who are the people that are being redacted? Are they survivors? Because we don't know if they're actually survivors or not, right? Because the redaction is so poorly. But there's enough unredacted stuff out there that we're pulling pieces together. But I guess I sit back and go, I haven't even gone halfway through these files, and I have 7 different documents of sworn testimony, statements by people that accuse him of either harming them or watching him harm somebody else. At what point? And he's adjudicated rapist. So yes. At what point?
And he talks.
Does
he brags about.
He brags about it. He
brags about it.
His own children.
Well, I mean, like, and then there's grab women by the pussy comments and stuff like that.
There is smoke that you need to follow up with, and that's what we're asking. And I'm asking it of everybody in there. Sergey needs to get investigated. Each of these other oligarch businessmen that he's been partying with need to be investigated. I'm all about the staff being held accountable, because I don't know about you, but if I was working for somebody, and I have actually, and I realize that they're doing something horrific, and this is horrific, I'm not going to stay working there. I'm out.
Right.
I can go wait tables, So
somebody says Bill Gates was literally hanging out with Jeffrey
Absolutely,
Epstein.
He was. Absolutely. And so was
but I want to just point out something.
Richard Branson and Kevin Spacey. And I could give you a whole list of people who were.
But I want to point out,
Palm Beach elite still did.
I want to point out that there's this thing that, after he was convicted, And
Yeah.
Donald Trump was hanging out with him during the peak of his operation. Like everybody wants to make it. Oh well, after he was convicted, they knew who he was and they were doing this. While he was doing it, Donald Trump was his best friend. Like that to me is like I'm not okay with Bill Gates doing it after. The idea that Donald Trump is somehow absolved from the 10, 15-year relationship he had with Epstein during the peak of his sex trafficking women, while he was hanging out with him. That does not mean Donald Trump did not do anything.
Let's bring up the other names.
Children, Bill Gates belongs in jail.
Come on, let's bring up the other names. Andrew, formerly Prince. Charles hung out with him.
I think he's got his.
We've got documentation. What?
Is there any Prince William? There's nothing about him, right? I think he means Prince Andrew.
Prince Andrew. Andrew.
Or as I like to call him now, Raggedy Andy.
Yeah, Andrew. Even Sarah, Duchess of York, knew what was happening and did nothing, and we have some documentation of them hanging out. Ivana Trump, absolutely, was best friends with Maxine for years.
You know what would be cool?
You're absolutely right about the Epstein and Thanksgiving. Absolutely, yes, sir.
So I've heard heard he was actually not even in the United States.
No, he was. He was at Mar-a-Lago. The flight logs show it. At least that's what I think.
Okay, first of all, it's not.
Oh my God, we literally just did a 10-minute rant on Bill Gates. And actually we are. Let me continue with the names. So that none of your listeners can say that we are centering him here. I will sit here and tell you the people that we know have associations both all through the Epstein timeline. Okay, we've got formerly Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, Bill Richardson, Al Gore, George Mitchell, Barack Erud, Larry Summers, Sandy Berger, Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, Douglas Bland, Alec Baldwin, Ivana Trump, David Copperfield, Naomi Campbell's a big one. We've always known she's a sociopath, though. Oof. Leonardo DiCaprio, Michael Jackson, Cameron Diaz, Chris Tucker, Kate Blanchett, Kevin Spacey, Bruce Willis, Courtney Love, Harvey Weinstein, Ava Dubin, Tara Palma Tompkinson, Sarah Ferguson, Mick Jagger, Jess Stanley, Richard Branson, Jamie Dimon, Sultan Ahmed bin Suleiman. By the way, I think they were close friends because there's a ton of pictures of him. Tom Barack, Frederick Fekkai, and I may be mispronouncing these, I apologize. James Crown, Bill Gates, Leslie Wexner, Glenn Dubin, Tom Pritzker. Yes, Tom Pritzker. Not a Republican. Nathan Myhrvold.
Tom Pritzker, is that in relation to the...
Yes, it is. It is.
Governor?
Which I would like him to come out and have a conversation about. Stephen Hoffenberg, Robert Maxwell, Felix Sater, Jean-Luc Brunel, and there's a whole history there. Scott Borgerson, Peter Thiel, Nigel Oakes, Marvin Minsky, Stephen Hawking, Lawrence Krauss, Brett Ratner.
And some of those people, like Stephen Hawking, obviously didn't do anything. He just went there to go on a submarine ride. But this is something I want to bring up. Somebody says Trump and Epstein fell out before Epstein even purchased the island. What are you talking about? Can we clear up one thing? Like, not all of the abuse happened on Epstein Island.
Only a very small percentage happened on the island, believe it or not. And nobody's even talking about the larger island that he had, which had a whole compound that was put together for specific research. It's very creepy. But no, actually, New Mexico and Palm Beach are the two places, and the New York apartment are the three places that most of the abuse appears to have taken place, outside of the internationals and the hotels and such, and the yachts and the planes. But actually, no, New Mexico was a large one. In fact, a lot of men were abused in the New Mexico. But I know where this ranch is because I spend 3 weeks in Santa Fe every year, and it's outside of Santa Fe.
Mhm.
And it is so remote where it's at that you could do anything you wanted there and no one would ever know.
So, can't they all be bad? Why does it have to be Republicans or Democrats, members from both
They're
parties?
all bad. I didn't even finish the list. I still have 50 more names to go.
So, and they're all on the website, right? They're all on the
Mhm.
Epstein wiki.
Mhm.
But that, I think, demonstrates it's not just Donald Trump. We're not the ones making.
It's not
this
even
about
Americans. It's not even all Americans.
We're trying
so
to make it about justice
egocentric.
for the victims. The people, like you just say, everybody that committed rape or that raped children should go to jail, and then it's like, why are you making this about Trump?
We're not.
You're the one making it about
You
Trump.
guys
I make, what are you so defensive about? But I think this guy is actually in agreement with us. I'm not sure.
Mhm.
So
Yes, he did. Epstein went to Mar-a-Lago. Now, one of the things I am trying to do feverishly is to go through every photograph from the
goodness.
2017 Thanksgiving at Mar-a-Lago that I can find to see if we can find videographic evidence. We have email chains that lead that, but we're still looking for video or photographic evidence as well.
This is like an asshole comment. I'm sorry. He has the emotional maturity of one of Epstein's victims. Like, what is that? What
is that supposed to mean? Yes, yep. I agree. Salty Colonel. Yes,
He's
Salty
the same
Colonel.
one that
They
just said
all.
he has to.
In fact, if your name comes out and is on my list, you should have a freaking press conference to explain it. Period. Like, honestly, you need to come out and say, okay, this was my engagement. Here are my facts about the engagement. If you ever attended a party, you need to say it, whatever. Okay.
Get off the Trump thing. We're not talking about Trump. We're talking about Epstein.
Yeah. We're talking about Epstein. Epstein or, oh my God.
So anyway,
okay, look.
Salty Colonel has some issues to work through.
have gone through. I don't think anyone should be allowed to you need to read the documentation before creating an opinion. And if you don't want to go through all of the documents like those of us who give a shit do, if you're not willing to do that, that's just you just wanting to hang on to a delusion. This exists. This happened. These things happen. And just avoiding reading it and trying to is not going to make it. It's not going to make it go away. We're done.
Can I just ask you, Salty, if you're being sincere here, if there is, can you just answer me this? If there is evidence that Donald Trump was involved, should Donald Trump be prosecuted? Yes or no? Like, all we're saying is if there is evidence, he should be prosecuted. And I will also say this, that a big reason I think that the full files need to be released is that there are people who I did not do anything that are associated with the Epstein files. Mm-hmm. And Stephen Hawking, for instance. I'm pretty confident that Stephen Hawking didn't rape anybody, considering he physically couldn't. He was brought to there was a nuclear physics conference that he went to on a different island that was also really close. He was brought over to Epstein Island so that he could go on a submarine and go underwater and see the fish underwater, because he had never been able to do that, and it was on his bucket list. And so that was the extent of Hawking's relationship with Epstein. There are people that are on the Epstein list who didn't do anything, just being or not on that are in the mentioned with Epstein who didn't do anything. So I think that another reason we need to have all the Epstein files released is that we get the context of people who are in those files. What is the context? Were they doing something bad? Were they just
where they just happen to be an associate? Well, and the other piece is quite frankly, if there are people in the files that I actively am supportive of and are not aware that they're there, I want to know. I don't want to put active support behind somebody. I don't want to buy records and give money to somebody that raped children and participated. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Politics aside, I don't want to buy I'm never going to fly on a fucking Virgin plane again. It was my favorite airline. My favorite airline. It's the airline I used every time I would go back and forth to Europe. I will never use it again. So that's why, here's the thing. We need to be more concerned about all of the people.
Mhm.
And I agree with Salty. I think trying to bring politics into this is, quite frankly, cat poop. Dirty, nasty, runny cat poop. This is not a political issue. This is a justice issue. I'm pretty disgusted that politics are brought into it because we happen to have politicians that are involved.
Yes, and that makes it, and like, it's
And I agree with Sophie
politicized
Connell. We're on the
because
same
they're-
page.
Yeah, and so
And
Sophie says anybody who helped Epstein carry on his cycle of abuse needs to be held accountable.
absolutely.
100% agree with that. I think we're in agreement.
All staff needs to be held accountable. I'm a big believer in that. I think there should not be immunity being granted to people. That's complete immunity for sharing. What's happening with Maxwell now is a meow, 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 purr, purr, meow, meow, shh. Because I'm trying to keep this as G-rated as possible.
Cat censor.
Yeah, meow, meow, hiss, hiss, hiss. But I agree. I think that bringing the politics up is garbage. It just happens to be our president happens to be one of the people that appears to be the most heavily involved. Of all the names mentioned, it's the most mentioned in all of the documentation.
So you agree with me that not everyone associated with Epstein was guilty of abuse. Now, why don't you believe Epstein's victims when they say Trump never did anything? I will say that
hold
the
on.
ones that say that Trump never did anything to them, I believe them. But that doesn't, like, because one person says that Trump never did anything does not mean that Trump never did anything.
Many survivors have accused Trump. Many of them. Did he get to have them all? No. And thank goodness for that. Quite frankly, I'm glad he did not get to have and rape every one of these girls. But it does, just because one or two did not happen to get raped does not mean the rest of them didn't. So, yes, I do believe because we know a couple Epstein survivors even voted for Trump. They've all redacted now and said, they think that he's involved more. The reason why they say that is because they didn't have the information until now. And now, as the information is coming out, they are also changing their tunes. So yes, I absolutely 100% believe that he did not manage to rape all of them. And I am grateful for that. What was the last thing? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, I forgot which one it was. Oh, just about every elites in show business, sports, politics, CEOs, the ones people admire, indulge, because that's who chose. There was definitely I don't like the word elite because it's got some anti-Semitic trope connected there.
Okay, that's you have to teach me more about that. I didn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just goes back to like the whole, the Jews back in the Middle Ages and stuff. Mm-hmm. In the Middle Ages, there was like law against borrowing or lending money for any Christians, and so the only ones that could borrow or lend that could lend money to anybody were Jews. They were like money lenders, and because of that, they ended up building wealth. And then every time something bad happened, the local monarch would decide that it's time to kick the Jews out, and so they kick out all the Jews and seize all the money they owed or they were owed. And anyway, it just became like the Jews owned everything. That's where that whole trope comes from. And so now they talk about elitists and George Soros, and that's all an anti-Semitic trope. But I will say there is a powerful group of people that correlate with what Tiny Man Wow. Now that is like, maybe is that like the guy with the big bushy hair calling himself Curly or something, like, or Baldy, like, it's kind of, yeah, like, other than, like, we had Big Richard on the other day, and I think, he was probably overstating things, and maybe,
Mhm.
this might be a humble brag here, but anyway, that's Tiny Man. Um, See, I can agree with much of what he just likes picking fights with me because
Ha ha ha.
if that's what it's called, crashing out. I think it's called clapping back, but whatever. Maxwell getting moved is standard procedure, but I'm a little curious why none of the.
That is not true.
Huh?
It is not standard procedure to take a sexual offender and put them in a minimal security prison. That is
And
the
like, by saying not
opposite of
standard
what
procedure, it's never ever happened before.
it's
They
not.
actually had to get away, like, it's technically illegal. They got a
It's
waiver to do it.
illegal to do that. It was not standard procedure. That was a gift from somebody for services rendered.
So somebody there, and I should point out that Salty also agreed that, probably Stephen Hawking probably couldn't have done anything. Maybe he said
Well,
maybe
actually, I read
Epstein put a girl in his lap or something, but
Virginia. I read Virginia's book, and there were people she was trafficked to that were unable to ejaculate and to get it up as well. That kind of her role was to rub them and touch them and let them touch her, and a lot of sensual play and such. So just because somebody can't get it up and ejaculate doesn't mean somebody's not participating. I need to remind our audience that sex is more than just a hard penis and ejaculation.
And what is your PhD in, by the way?
Clinical sexology.
So kind of know what you're talking about there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
so that's why I keep saying you're saying that he's not doing anything, but there's a lot that is considered stuff, and that is stuff that isn't necessarily intercourse.
There's no proof he raped anyone. There's no proof that Trump did anything wrong, but Democrats try to make Epstein files about him, and that's we like, Salty. Can you admit that we are trying to do everything but make it about him right now?
Salty,
I will say there are Democrats
the transcripts.
that
have you read the transcripts? If you have not read all of the transcripts, like others of us have, then you don't get to say there's no evidence, because there is. Because witnesses and survivor testimonies count as evidence.
And are you trying to make it all about Trump? Like, I feel we're trying to make it all about the victims.
And holding everybody accountable.
Yes.
Including, once again, I want to say, the pilots, the drivers, the security guards, the maids, the butlers. I want everybody getting pulled in on this one. The local cops who did nothing.
Is it pronounced
accountable?
Sorry.
You're going to get it both ways. I pronounce it Epstein. Others pronounce it Epstein. I go back and forth sometimes.
Somebody says I'm a dipshit for saying Epstein. We actually, this was you probably weren't here, but the very first question I asked her is it Epstein or Epstein? And the German, it's a German name. Epstein.
It should be EIN, but I'm pronouncing it Epstein. Doesn't why is that what bothers you?
Like, you don't say
our pronunciation is what bothers you. The fact that there are oligarchs who rape children and that are still randomly sitting free doesn't bother you? The fact that we have documentation and evidence that there is a cover-up happening where thousands of little girls were abused and raped. Do you know there's a testimony in there of a girl who was held down on a massage table and tortured with electricity by Ghislaine Maxwell as a group of men watched? Why does that not disturb you? Do we know that he was heavy into BDSM? Yes, we do. There was a lot of the abuse that he did that was power exchange related, and we have documentation that he had the books and all of those that he was studying up on also in order to participate in these activities.
So he says, I think the dashboard has just become irrelevant at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. It's better when it's this way. I prefer engagement. Well, I missed it. That somebody said, "Oh, here it is." It is when they are cooperating, like he's talking about the moving her to a lower security facility.
It actually is, but
Okay, this is
Salty
when the
clearly
federal case
feels
off-
like they have more of a legal background and more expertise on the matter.
So I'll just say, okay, first of all, there was no case. There was what case information did she provide? Like, if you look at what was actually discussed,
I listened to the interviews.
What information did she provide? Like, I mean, like, first of all, it's not true that you get automatically moved to a lower prison security. You can negotiate time down. There's lots of things you can negotiate. One of those things might be, in some crimes, transferred to a lower security prison. I mean, I don't know where you're getting your information.
There were no active cases for her to.
But according to the news reports, that particular crime does not get moved to a lower security prison like this.
Sexual offenders never get that kind of privilege, ever.
And secondly, there was no case even being investigated. She didn't flip on somebody. There was no.
She didn't do.
There was no light that was revealed on anything. It seemed like she got moved to prison. If you're paying attention, she got moved to prison, to a lower security prison, and got to play with puppies because she said President Trump didn't do anything.
At least she's not eating the cats and dogs. Or shooting them.
True. That's true. What's up, my fellow weirdos and freaks of nature? Who's ready to watch fragile people get offended by opinions? I know I am. Grab some. Rainbow is a returning guest, and I've never been able to figure out where Rainbow sits on things. Oh, it's rainbowkitty.com. But anyway, an interesting personality wherever they are. Is it when they are
There are no active cases that she is contributing to. The only thing different that she did in that testimony, I listened to the interview and have looked at her other testimony. And all she did was answer the question about Trump, her not seeing Trump do anything wrong. That is the only thing.
Oh, see, look, Salty's being nice to you. Oh. See, I like this lady. He likes you more than me.
Oh,
when I don't blame him.
But again, Salty, I need you to hear. This is not about Trump and politics. This is, for me, this is about the survivors. And I am more terrified about all the other people, quite frankly. Trump is going to die soon. He's old. He's had a stroke. He's dying. He's going to be out the fucking door. Excuse my language. Yeah. But the reality of it is that there are still lots of these people wandering around there and are heavily involved in our lives who did participate. And there is no justice. And the world needs to know what these people are.
Yeah. I don't know how many times we have to say it. Anybody that raped children or helped people rape children should go to jail. That is the full. And this is what bothers me, is that Trump, at least his DOJ, seems to be actively blocking that investigation. Mm-hmm. Now, did Biden investigate it? No. Biden did not involve himself with the Department of Justice.
And again, I want to repeat that every administration failed these girls.
Yes.
From Clinton forward. The system, every president, I don't care. They all failed.
Biden should be faulted for not actively pursuing it.
Whoever was running
even Biden did not actively resist it being pursued.
All need to go. The people in Florida, the leadership in Florida that allowed that sweetheart deal to happen, need to be strong.
Including what's his name?
Acosta.
Andrew
Acosta. There's a special place in hell for that dude.
There's 40,000 files in the Epstein release. I'm working through them, through what I can, if you can.
There's lots of places. Salty, I don't know where you're going to sort through them, but there are better and easier ways to be able to sort through them than just through the DOJ website. And if you go to the EpsteinWiki.com, the secondary menu that's like on the top of the website has both the DOJ databases and some like the Allen analysis, and Cameron Stevenson made searchable databases, the Jmail people. There's an Epstein email explorer. There are records like if it's easier, I encourage people to use these databases because they are complete, they are accurate, that you can even check their metadata so that we know that the metadata trackings of each of the pieces of documentation, and it just makes it a little easier to search through so that you can put in like keywords. I'm specifically looking for this. Now, just like Epstein Wikipedia, though, yeah, you can see there on the top.
Yeah, like I'll just
yeah, you can go. There's all sorts. I have created and incorporated other people's databases in there so that we're all kind of collaborating, working together. There's also another good website called EpsteinArchive.com that has everything. And then what we're doing is we're trying to take one evidence piece at a time and then discuss it as well. So it's not just you're looking at a picture and you don't know any of the context. We want to supply context to everything that we're possibly able to supply context to. So go look, and it's hard to get through. Like I've had to take mental health breaks because it's hard to read about after birth abortions happening and both boys and girls, children being assaulted.
And like you had said before, your interest in this is because you were a victim.
I'm a survivor.
And I'm also a survivor. So a boy and a girl that were violated.
Mine was high school. Mine was my high school football coach, head football coach. So I even quit school and everything because of it.
Mine was a guy that worked for my dad. I was 11, 10 or 11. It was like 77, 78. And I never told my parents because my dad legitimately has a real temper. He's like 100% Sicilian. So he would have just killed the guy, and I didn't want my dad to go to prison for murder. So like it was, I just kept it to myself.
That's what most do.
And it was like, this was like I think there's maybe more now. There's more awareness of such things that
there is.
Like a kid can know how to handle it. Which is, I saw somebody earlier mention, I didn't show the comment, but somebody said, well, the statute of limitations is over. And so there's been talk about temporarily in New York,
shifting that.
Allowing an opening to these women were still victims. They were still traumatized by wealthy men. Like, like I just, if this were, like Obama, if it makes a difference who did it to you, then there's something wrong with the way you're thinking. Like anybody that rape children or enabled raping of children belongs in jail. That's that's just, to me, there's no politics to this.
Yeah. The only reason politics are being brought up, I want to bring this again, is because the president of the United States is named more than any other co-conspirator. That's why the politics are being brought into this. And Clinton was there too. But the reality of it is you should be more afraid of all, because again, Trump is old and he's going to die. He's on his last term. Guy's going to die. He's had a stroke. He looks like shit. He feels like shit. He's demented.
He apparently smells like it too. If you,
yeah, I've seen the, yeah. Anyway, the point being is that it's all the people that were involved, like RFK Jr., which I need to add him to the list. I forgot. I'm still working as I do stuff. I have to go back. It's this living document constantly.
That's a big plate. By the way, okay. So first of all, just let's. Somebody asked, so who is the girl? What's her name? For those who have joined the chat since we started, who are you?
Well, I am Resistance Kitty. I write a political call to action and blog and comic. I do a daily comic called Resistance Kitty at resistancekitty.com. I also run the Resistance Directory, where I for those that are trying to fight the fascist regime, I have a directory of all sorts of organizations and things you can do and so on. But I have put together a website over the last few weeks, and I'm calling for my amateur sleuths and open source folks to come in and put together. We are putting together an Epstein wiki, so like a Wikipedia, but it's all things Epstein all the time, where we are trying to keep it neutral and to take all of the evidence and have articles for each of the pieces of evidence and showing the context and explaining and then kind of linking together and solving those that were involved in the sex trafficking. And it's neutral. It's not a politics thing. You can look on there. There's nothing, everything is extremely neutral in what we're doing. We're trying to keep it just the facts and show where connections and ties go and explain what each pieces of evidence and the pieces that are actually very relevant. So because the government, I mean, has failed. It doesn't matter. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. The government and the justice system has failed thousands of women, thousands of men and women. I need to be more mindful about that because the men are a fairly new thing that I have discovered and found in the documents, are the men that were abused. So this is a fairly new thing that's starting to pop out in some of the new records. So, and our goal is that if we're not able to get justice anywhere else, we're going to at least put it out here and show the world the connections so that people can make their own informed decisions and let the world know.
I don't think we're assuming anything. I think that's why we're saying release the Epstein files, like release them in their entirety. We don't have all the information.
If you want to be a contributor, come on in. I would love to have people that are contributors that have a mind that say, I don't know for sure. I think you're making too much assumption in this. Great. Because what I don't want is a freaking echo chamber. What I want is the truth. So, Salty, I love the fact that you're willing to debate. Come and contribute. Come and participate. Help us sort through this stuff and make documentation that shows.
Amen.
But there's no place on the website where you're going to find us saying, this is all Donald Trump. Donald Trump did all these things and we want him gone. No, that's not what this website is. This website is, let's find all the documentation that we can on this Epstein stuff and put all the investigations together that are out there so that we can have the truth, because we're not able to depend on our government from exposing the truth. They're just not willing to do it. They've had enough chances. They've had 30 years.
So, hey, I'm going to step away for a minute and I'll let you field this question by yourself.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just need to take a potty break. I think this is a great question because somebody asked survivors. Like, what do you mean by survivor? I think that there are, like, can you, like, while I'm gone, discuss what that means? Because I think it's a really good thing to talk about.
Sure. So I'm a psychologist by profession. So I tend to try to use more empowering language when I'm trying to be discussing trauma and survivors, because although they were victims, they are alive and they are here and they're standing up. They're surviving this. They work very, very hard at transforming their tragedy into triumph and to move on and move forward. And I think it's important to honor the term survivor versus victim, because a victim means that is kind of you can't you can't do anything. You can't do anything. You're kind of in this place where you're victimized. Whereas a survivor is somebody who has been a victim and is learning to overcome and fight for their justice. So to me, I prefer the term survivor. Okay, so apparently someone doesn't think I'm actually a licensed mental health counselor in multiple states. So I actually am. I have a PhD. I have a master's. Actually, I have 7 degrees. So, you know, uh, let me ask you, Jeb Common, why do you think I need a therapist? I noticed from the comments you're doing a lot of, attacking. What is it? What is it that's uncomfortable for you? Okay, what about Michael, who says, Michael Coughlin, you're a victim, I'm a victim, we are all victims. Yeah, you could. Yeah, there's a lot of victimization occurring, but I like to consider myself more of a survivor. 7 degrees of crazy. Okay. All right. It's really interesting, the pathology that occurs in social media. Are you back on?
I'm back.
Okay, I'm going to take a break now. It's your turn. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. So you only poop on Saturdays, That there are so many jokes that I could come up with that. Mispronounced my name. Now I'm a victim. I don't think that mispronouncing your name makes you a victim. That to some degree doesn't that assume that Biden, like, this is the mentality of this, is that Biden knew that he had investigated it and then found that Trump didn't do anything wrong and then therefore sat. Like, there's so much presumption in that. Biden never made a public comment about about Epstein at all. There's nothing to suggest that he ever even looked at the files. So he could definitely be like that means nothing. That's a false assumption. I own the channel, but we've gotten to know each other, so she's a trusted semi co-host right now. Victimhood is weakness. I'm just curious, what does that even mean? What does it mean that victimhood is weakness? Sometimes I poop myself. Hey, you and the president have something in common. All right, so the IQ in this chat, it's kind of low. Sorry, some of the questions I think are connected to, just for those that are, I was a number 1. It wasn't a number 2. Hello, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thanks for piloting the plane.
No problem. It was mostly being called insane. I'm like, okay.
What's that?
I was mostly being called insane.
Oh, they were calling you insane?
I mean, they don't want to have a conversation, or I'm always concerned or confused about why people are so offended by the Epstein files.
Accepting yourself as a victim might make it difficult to heal.
Yes. Yes. Adrian, you're right. That's one of the reasons why I use the term survivor, because there's a victim mindset and there is a survival mindset. And the victim mindset we see on a pretty regular basis. Poor me, poor me, poor me. Everyone's after me. Everyone's against me. They hate me. Ba 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 ba. They did this to me. They did this to me, and it kind of keeps you in this space where, like, you're not actively able to fight. Whereas the survivor mode is, yes, this is occurring, and meow meow hiss, meow meow hiss. I'm taking my power back. Meow 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 roar.
Meanwhile, Democrat
Oh,
teachers literally
take a shot. The trans came up.
told you.
Everyone came up. We got to take a shot now.
Does Epstein have anything at all to do with teachers teaching trans children? Telling children they're trans?
He was really heavily invested in academics, but actually, no, he was a big eugenics guy and kind of had this obsession with like living forever and combining your consciousness with cyborg things. And he had a contract actually with a company that was supposed to freeze him if he died to end up getting revived later on. So no, he was the transgender thing, and education was really nothing he has any ties to at all.
As someone who's studying college level psychology, I think you. What is your PhD in again?
I have a PhD in clinical sexology. I have a master's in mental health counseling, a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in oriental medicine. I have a degree in chemistry. I've got a few things. I was a licensed massage therapist for many years.
So it's safe to say you've studied college level psychology.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My sister became a psychologist, which just means that me and my dad will be financially supporting her for the rest of her life. Amazing. Like, I've never heard, like,
so unsure why this has to do with the Epstein files.
This is a good point.
Yeah. So I think we just, it's not the Epstein files. We got to focus on the Epstein files.
So now we're
okay. Now we're back to the tampons, the tampon thing. Take another drink. So,
man,
that's it.
If this were a drinking game, then
okay.
we would both be dead.
Here's what we're doing. We are making a Machine Pug Kelly set of bingo cards. I will work on them this weekend. And every time we're going to each have one. And every time somebody says one of our magical words, we'll see who wins bingo.
Okay, so okay. As a trans person, I find it incredibly funny that people think that people are trying to indoctrinate kids to be trans. I've never met a trans person that was taught they were trans. Like, never met one. All right, so yeah, let's get back to the Epstein files. Like you're saying, I don't like Trump because he's a racist, rapist. I hate that word. Let's not use. Can we? Let's not use disabilities as pejoratives. Like
song word. I feel you. I feel you. I prefer the word "see you next Tuesday" pimple over the R word. Or the phrase "see you next Tuesday" pimple.
I prefer things like "you're so dumb you have to wear a hat to remind yourself who you voted for,"
or "you're so dumb you try to smell the number 9." We can come up with something better than that. But I feel your pain, and I have those strong feelings as well. They really bother me. We've got more coming up. We poop. Oh my gosh, we both poop. Thank goodness, because my mother-in-law just had emergency surgery because she didn't poop.
You know what? The people that don't, you know what you can say about people that don't poop?
because they're full of
They're full of poop. Yes.
they're full of poop.
Gavin,
Okay, so again, salty. We're talking about the Epstein files. We're not talking about trans. We will have an episode about trans, but that's not this episode. So let's focus on the Epstein files, which is what we're talking about. We are talking about people trafficking children for sex and torture, and that the government is actively covering it up. And there we have links to both royalty, governments, and oligarchs, as well as politicians from more than one country, because the United States is not the center of the universe, by the way, just for the record. It's
okay.
not pearl clutching, it's an offensive term. Just like I would not use the N word, salty, I'm not going to use the R word, because language matters. Language does matter.
When I was 10 and I was in
And there
the
are
wee-
better words to use. They're much more clever. Sorry.
Yes, I mean, like, one is I find it ironic because I think using that word actually shows a lack of intelligence and creativity. But when I was 10, I was in Weeblos, and I went to my Weeblo leader's house, and he had a son with Down syndrome, and he came home, and kids were calling him that word, and he was in tears. And I realized there are people that actually have conditions and feelings, and using that word as a pejorative is just
Exactly.
there's no, it's cruel. Like you're using a person's disability as a pejorative. That's just like, there's no moral defense to that. Like, I'm not, like, if you want to, there was a time maybe you could say idiot or moron had the same thing, because that was a racially loaded thing based on IQs, and it was all in the eugenics and stuff like that. But now I think that's kind of lost its meaning. Anyway, but the point is, just don't be a dick. Like,
just try to be. What's wrong with just trying to be kinder? What is wrong with that? Why do we have to be ugly to one another?
what's gained by using that word? How does that, like, help in a conversation? Like, if you want to,
you're allowed to use whatever words you want. We're just merely saying that it's why. It's just not nice.
You're
Why
not
don't we
allowed
try
to say
to be
words I
nice?
don't like, said the Democrats. Okay, why did the fascists always say that? Like, if I say that Donald Trump is a fascist, they get very defensive. Like, then that word you can't say. They can't say the F
They're
word.
just these are people that don't want to have an intelligent conversation. Again, what does that have to do with the Epstein files? It's nothing to do with the Epstein files.
Anyway, so yeah, let's get back to, if anybody wants to talk about the Epstein files. I don't even know if she saw the question, but we're trying to talk about the Epstein files, and not her formative. About Freud versus Nietzsche. I imagine it's one of those things where it's like not an either or things, that this is.
That's a whole other, again, psychological background and philosophy debate is a different podcast episode. This one happens to be about the Epstein files. So, going back to the Epstein files, I have found some interesting things on the in the files, believe it or not. Like, there's all kinds of unpublished manuscripts in there. There appears to be one from Derkowitz. There's one that we at one point thought it was Monica Lewinsky, but now we think it might have been an initial copy of the of Virginia's book. So there's a lot of sort of interesting data. He had all kinds of interesting books too in the files, like from his hard drives. There was lots of really interesting reading things about how to overthrow governments and how to get around, how to hide money through various ways so that you don't get taxed. Things like that. So there's a lot in there besides just pictures and emails.
And it
So
seems
a
like
lot of
a
his
lot of the,
mindset, you're learning more about his mindset based upon his reading materials.
the when you say manuscript, you mean an unpublished manuscript
Yes, there are unpublished manuscripts in there.
from Lakowitz?
Derkowitz.
I call him Lakowitz
Yeah,
because
from
he
and
likes
when
to.
I can't tell, like, there's pieces of this manuscript that read like Monica Lewinsky and pieces that read like Virginia and pieces but there's not I need to read through it a little bit more thoroughly. I'm having my partner read through it and kind of give me a feel for it too, because the names are not mentioned. But he was able to get things. That's one thing you were able to see. Where did he get these things?
Yeah, how did like I know that Derkowitz like that, and then he was like
He raped Virginia as well. They've gone to
he
court several times over it.
he
He's a
but
monster.
he was like liberal, and now he write like a think
Okay,
piece about like how like it should be legal to rape women or rape little girls or
little
something. And
girls, yeah, he wrote a piece many, many years ago that, maybe 2015, I have to double check on it, but, how, the age of consent should be closer to, like, 14 years old. Um, no, he's a
he's old
monster.
enough to be.
He would be one that I would love to see put, uh he did some bad stuff. He did some really bad stuff.
And then he got ostracized from like polite society because of the stuff he did, and then he blamed it on the liberals.
I think there's something that's really important for your viewers to know and understand, and that is that rich people don't give a shit about Republican or Democrat. They don't care. They give no whatever. What they care about is whoever is going to do the best thing for them and the things that they do. They don't care if you're a Republican or Democrat. They don't care. Are you going to make me have more money? Are you going to make sure that I get to do the business the way I want to do it? That's what they care about. So we got to stop with this rich person is a Democrat or a Republican, because they don't care what the title is. What they care about is who they can buy and for what. And there are just as many on both sides. So we've got to stop thinking this is, oh, he used to be a Democrat and now he's a whatever. No, they don't give a shit. They are in they are in favor of whoever is going to give them what they want.
I think somebody's like misunderstanding what you're saying. You're not saying there's no difference between Democrats and Republicans.
Oh,
you're
absolutely.
saying there's no difference between rich Democrats and rich Republicans.
There is no, when a rich person is making a donation, they do not care if it is a Republican donation or a Democrat donation. What they care about is, at this time, what party is going to benefit me the most? Let me give you an example. Lots and lots of people who donated to Trump now also donated to Clinton, because in the early 90s, Clinton's policies were very pro-business and very although they served the American public, he looked more like what a moderate looks like nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
And was considered progressive then.
Wasn't Trump one of those rich people that donated to Clinton?
He donated to Harris. Did you know that?
Yeah. To Senate campaign.
So the point that I'm trying to make is that we need to stop going, oh, well, they donated, they used to be a Democrat or they used to be a Republican. It doesn't matter. They follow whichever party at the time is going to provide them to meet their needs. And at different times in our culture, different parties have met different needs for the rich. What the rich doesn't realize is that having healthcare for all would actually be such a great business investment for them, because they would no longer have to offer healthcare to be competitive. They could do other things.
So,
And that's a huge expense for big business is
and like
healthcare.
the list of names that you were going over earlier, which, by the way, are all on the website. She's got
Yeah.
all the names, and all of those people that have been associated with Epstein. There's Democrats, there's Republicans, there's
And people, yeah, there's people from
other
all over the
countries.
world. All over the world. This is not just a US. That's the part that makes this more powerful. This was not just a US best sex trafficking ring. This was international. Interpol should be heavily involved with this. The royal family is so invested. It's terrifying.
And the reason, and this is like with the DOJ right now, and I like this is like a synecdoche of what is happening is you have the DOJ breaking a law that was passed for the DOJ, like the only ones in the world that could follow this law were the Department of Justice. Then they broke the law, but the person and the people that are charged with enforcing that law are also the DOJ. So the DOJ doesn't enforce the law that was passed against the DOJ. And so you're like with a lot of this Epstein stuff, you have people that were that are supposed to be investigating things that are also involved in the things they're supposed to be investigating. And so you get this kind of system where everything has just been blocked and bottled up. And that's why we need full transparency. And nobody is saying that Trump should go to jail based on accusations, or anybody should go to jail based on accusations. But we need transparency. We need to see who really was involved in what.
Exactly. Exactly. That's where the challenge comes in.
Did the DOJ break the law?
Yes.
I mean, like they
in multiple ways.
Yeah. What was the law they broke?
The one that was just passed regarding the Epstein files, they did not they had a due date for all the files, and there were guidance and about how the files were to be redacted and how they were to be redacted, and they didn't cover any of those. None of those. They broke all three of those positions.
And none of these things are remotely subjective, right? Like they started releasing on the files the day they were all due. The law didn't say they have to start releasing them that day. They said they needed to be fully released by that. It wasn't
a start date, it was a due date.
And so this is like somebody was asking what's the difference, and I was like, imagine you have you're in college and you have a thesis that you're supposed to hand in by the date, and then you went to your teacher and said, I'm starting my research on the due date, and I'll have it for you in 2 more weeks. You would not pass that class. Like, there's a difference between having something started and having something completed. There were 30 days, and this is, by the way, Pam Bondi said the files are on my desk, right? They had led Congress to believe that they had all the files already. We had FBI agents poring over these files for months, right? So all of a sudden, we can't, this, oh, well, we're doing the best we can with the time we have. No, you're not.
Well, then maybe they shouldn't have let go of, so many people out of the FBI and the DOJ. Maybe they should have kept their staff.
And maybe they should have had the FBI actually going through and looking at things, redacting the names of the survivors.
And yes, the DOJ does break laws. The DOJ does not create the laws, and it does not decide which laws are valid and which aren't. That is not their role.
Have no idea what this has to do with socialism.
Again, we're talking about the Epstein files. We're not talking about socialism. So
yeah, we've discussed this multiple times in case you're just getting here.
Again, this is not political. Leave the politics out of it.
If anything, I agree the Democrats could have and should have done more. That does not mean
everyone since 1996. Everyone since 1996 in the government has failed them. It doesn't matter who was running the government.
But the Democrats not doing anything from 2021 to 2025 does not mean that everything else around that. Why didn't Donald Trump do anything from 2017 to 2020? When Epstein committed government-assisted suicide, why didn't Trump do anything? Like, you can't just sit there and just hone in on this one little 4-year block of
Look,
time.
here's what we have now. They were due. There was a law passed. They didn't follow through. They broke the law. End of story. Doesn't matter what everybody did before. We are in the here and now. We cannot undo the past. We cannot change the past. What we can do is operate based on the data that we have now and move forward from there.
I don't know what any of this is.
And it has nothing to do with the Epstein files. So just move along.
Well, I think he's saying the DOJ is covering up for Clinton and Obama or something.
No, because those names were not part of the redacted ones.
I don't know what
Trump
you need.
was, so
the law was that they had to have all the files released. All the files are not released.
Do you want me to give you the link to the law? The act? I'm happy to show you the act with all the details if you would like.
Where was Trump the previous 4 years?
Again,
and actually, no.
That's not where we're at.
Passed, almost all the information we had was released under Biden. Biden is the one that released the 950-page cache. Like that was the biggest, and we can go into the details of that, but no, what you're saying is objectively not true. And again, this also has to do with this idea, this notion that Joe Biden knew what was in the files and was consciously not releasing them.
I put in the chat in YouTube the link to the bill so you can read what parts were not followed appropriately. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, if you yell it becomes true. I've learned that.
Oh, yeah, the all caps. Sometimes, though, I'm so klutzy that sometimes I end up with all caps without meaning to. I always say, "Oh, I'm sorry for raising my voice."
But the law is there. The law is not,
Mm-hmm.
The law was passed by every single member of Congress but one person and signed by Donald Trump. The law is not a matter of opinion. The fact that the DOJ did not follow the law is not a matter of opinion. So if that's not liberal narrative verbal diarrhea, that's the law. And for as much as Pam Bondi likes to say nobody is above the law, does that include Pam Bondi? Like, that was a law that literally she is the only person alive that could see whether it was enforced or not. She's the attorney general. The law was passed specifically for her.
Mm-hmm.
Pam Bondi was over-exaggerating.
Over-exaggerating.
Which is like, I guess, different than just regular exaggerating. When she said the files were on, it's unfortunate that's the truth. But why did she need to say that?
That was unnecessary for her to say that. She's a leader. She's not supposed to be,
Like, why is she saying the files are on her desk? Like, it's either A, because they are on her desk, or B, she wants you to believe they are on her desk when they're not on her desk. What's the point of? And either way, they're like, if she was saying they were on her desk,
public, yeah.
And then where did they go? If they weren't on her desk, why was she saying it? Was it like, this is what I'm saying, Salty, because you seem actually to be like one of the more reasonable magas in here. Like, think about it. What I'm saying is a lot of this controversy got stirred up by the Department of Justice juicing up how they were going to release everything. Like, if you look at the Google search history of this, nobody was really, there was like a subset of people on the right that were really geared up about this. And they were the ones like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and that
even Charlie Kirk. Even Charlie Kirk was a few days before he passed away.
So they were the ones that were pushing for this before the Democrats did. All right. So she was she trying to mollify them, and was she just trying to like give them a coke snort? Why did she say that? Like, honestly, ask yourself that question. And you can say, I mean, did the Democrats jump on this late in the ball game as a political opportunity? Yes. Does that mean the victims don't deserve justice? No. Why it's I guess what I'm getting at is, even if the Democrats are politicizing it, the Republicans politicized it first. And the reason that it's become such a big thing is that the Republicans politicized it.
Well, it's become such a big thing because the leader of the free world is mentioned more in the files than any other person. Period. That's part of what the problem is.
I can't
And part of
believe.
what
Like, what is that supposed? Does that have anything to do with Epstein? Like, do we not have a right to vote? The staff were unqualified. Okay, whose staff? Like, what staff are you talking about? Like, it's if they have unqualified staff, whose responsibility is it to put their staff around them? Like, do you think that they were like it's Biden's staff that was unqualified? They purged anybody that like ever said anything negative about Bill Clinton and replaced them with, or anybody that said anything negative about Donald Trump and then replaced them. What do you mean the staff were unqualified? It's Bondi's staff. If they're unqualified, it's because Bondi put them there. The blame belongs to Bondi.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we've got like a sidebar conversation going on about socialism there.
Okay.
I don't think anybody's telling
The
you what
Epstein
to talk
files
about.
aren't about socialism, although I guess it's a socialist concept that I'm asking for volunteers who want to come and help build it out. Maybe. Well, I guess that is. It's a mutual aid concept. Working as a team to help fight for those that can't always fight for themselves.
So I'm not sure if Michael agrees with this or disagrees with this, but I agree with this statement.
Yeah, leave the politics out, but the
pedophiles are in
pedophiles
politics.
are in politics. Yeah.
And we
That's the
agree that
problem.
every pedophile that's in politics should be go to jail.
Yeah.
And we agree leave the politics out. I think I can agree with that. We should not be making this political. In fact, I think that this is a big part of what's getting in the way here. Like, the whole point of this was like not to blame Trump. It's not. We're not trying to blame Trump for this. We're trying to say the only thing we're saying about Trump in this is his incompetence in releasing the files certainly makes him look guilty. You don't block your name from the search. Like the Control F, I don't know if you heard about this one, but if you do a Control F for Trump and TRUMP, then it comes up nothing. But if you do a Control F of TRUMP and a space, then all of a sudden Trump's name comes up all the time. So that suggests that they blocked Trump the Trump search, so that if somebody just went in there and said TRUMP, it would come up nothing, and then somebody would say, "Oh, there's no, Trump's not mentioned." But if somebody thought, well, I don't know how it happened. Somebody figured out, oh, you should do space. Then his name comes up like 600 times. So why would you block that Trump search? Why would you make it look like his name's not in there when it is? Why is it that when his name does come up, like it's almost always everything around it is redacted? Why are you trying to,
including his name? His name was redacted a lot.
So there's certainly a lot that makes it look like Trump is trying to hide, or that if Trump's not trying to hide something, Pam Bondi is trying to hide something on his behalf. So we're not the ones injecting the politics into it. The politicians should go to jail, and the politics should stay out of it. But we're actually trying to leave the politics out of it.
In fact, I've even said, if we start reading through and finding transcripts about Clinton doing something, we absolutely like, I'm offended and angry that they're refusing to speak before Congress, that the Congress is going to subpoena them. I'm pissed. And I think that he should have to go to jail for not
Mhm.
answering to Congress. And I feel the same about Hillary. I think you should have to go to jail. If I have to go when Congress says I need to, or I go to jail, then it should be that way for them as well.
Um,
So
yeah,
this is not a
fair.
political thing. I have said it on social media a million times. Like, period. If you are called into Congress and you don't go in and testify, that go to jail, because that's what would happen to me or you.
So
There
this
should
is
not. Go ahead.
so this is. I think he's on our side a little bit. Epstein wasn't released by the Dems because it was going to be considered a political hit. Now it's just a Democratic hoax. I think that's like there is. If the Democrats, like, let's be honest here, if Joe Biden had released the Epstein files and
Mhm.
shown Trump's name in it, then it would have just been called what's the word? The lawfare and all of that kind of stuff. They wouldn't have said, "Oh yeah, that," they wouldn't have accepted it.
Mhm.
Like they went through and they investigated Trump for crimes he provably committed, went through the
Mhm.
entire proper legal system, got grand jury subpoenas, and
Mhm.
had all kinds of evidence. They had a special prosecutor appointed that was completely removed from
We should have
the
somebody doing that now.
you know like they did everything by the book, and Donald Trump had more leniency than any defendant in the history of the country, and still it was lawfare. So do you think, I mean, like, does anybody really believe that if Joe Biden had released the Epstein files and Trump's name was in it, that it wouldn't have been just considered lawfare? And this all presupposes that Joe Biden, and I think, honestly, I don't think Joe Biden knew anything about what was in the Epstein files. I don't think he ever, you know, said, "Hey, bring me the
Mhm.
Epstein files. I want to read them." I don't think he ever had any curiosity about it, and I blame him for that. Like, I think he should have said,
Mhm.
we need to look into this. Like, he should have had Merrick Garland at least look into, hey, why weren't these victims ever, why didn't they ever receive justice? Like, I think there is
Mhm.
something there. I think there is fair criticism of the Biden DOJ on that line, but the fact that the idea that they knew what was in there and sat on it, or
Mhm.
you know knew what was in there and didn't release it, and that if Trump was in it, they would have. It all presupposes that the Democrats knew what was in them, and I just don't think there's any evidence of that.
Mhm.
Ah, okay. Somebody blew my mind. I don't know what that means.
Okay. What blew your mind?
What I think he's saying something blew my mind. It is Donald Trump didn't fall through a membrane.
I'm not sure I understand.
I,
I don't understand the
I have
phrase.
no idea what that's supposed to mean. Maybe that's the question he thinks blew my mind. I can.
Okay, again, that's not what we're having a conversation. Although we've got Schrodinger's immigrant again on our bingo card. Take another drink. They were relying on the DOJ and the FBI to give us justice. Okay. Salty, I don't necessarily disagree with you 100%. I don't disagree with you. Do I think there are good people in the FBI and the GOA? Yes. DOJ? yes, there were and still are, and I know many of them. Um, but I do agree that there are definitely corrupt folks in there that were serving whoever they felt their master was. And that's
And
a
I'll
shame.
also add that the FBI, by and large, and then I have family members in the FBI,
My daughter
is
was supposed to go,
you
and
know
then
like the FBI is a pretty conservative group. Like it's
Mhm.
the idea that the FBI, like if the FBI were like in the tank for one party or the other, it would definitely be the Republican Party. The liberal FBI is not a thing that exists.
Mm-mm.
And I'm not saying that as critical. And even people that want to get in the FBI, that they're more inclined along the interests that would lead somebody into law enforcement, if you follow me.
Mhm.
Like that, just the more conservative mindset. It's not criticism of anything. It's just like a observation. Cherry picking with TDS. I don't even know what that means.
I think TDS is Trump derangement syndrome. We'll put that on the
I know,
bingo
but
card too.
I don't know what we're showing TDS about. Somebody's seems like your ears bother some people.
I got my earrings, I guess. I don't know. But
No,
something- my
your
ears, my little cat ears.
yes.
Okay. Might want to look inward to why that's so offensive.
We don't know what redactions were made when. Keep in mind, Democrats.
Actually, we can look at the metadata and tell some of this.
And why?
And I'm not so
Why would
sure
the Democrats? I mean, like, okay, first of all,
what on the redaction thing, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure it was an accident. The highlight error. I'm not so sure if we don't have a resistor in there knowing that we're smart enough to figure it out. So, I don't know if I would necessarily call them incompetent on that one, although that would protect any whistleblower. Oh, it was incompetence.
the DOJ under Trump was still a Democrat Department of. Okay, I need to clarify something here. Most of your career FBI agents, most of they're not like appointed. They're just there
Many
for
don't.
a career.
Many don't even vote. Actually, there are many people who work in public service that don't even vote because
like,
they feel it's unethical because
the
they're public
DOJ
service.
is deliberately apolitical.
Mhm.
Like it tries to be because it doesn't want to give the appearance and like just the whole this is something, and nobody ever would if anything, if you had before 2017, before Trump was president, and anybody would have assumed that if the FBI was anything, it was Republican. Only under Trump did it become like the Democrat run stuff, because he's the one that makes everything about Democrat run that he doesn't like. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Oh, you got a kitty?
Yeah, I got a kitty screaming at the door. So come on, in or out. In or out. Don't be a butthole. In or out.
Okay, so this is one of the. I don't even know what to say about that. Nobody's.
I'm so sad that is how you feel. I'm very sad about that. We must hang out in our local community to protect it. I agree with that. I might not have been directly in the community affected by the files, but I know sets a precedent for harmful to my community. And I agree with you, Dusty. Yes. And I'm sorry that you feel that way. And I don't disagree with you. That's why I made Epstein Wiki. I'm making it because I don't trust that they're going to take care of these survivors. I don't trust that they would take care of me. They didn't. I don't trust that. I've watched patient after patient after patient over the years that also never got justice. So, quite frankly, I that's why we're doing it. We're bringing on our own justice. We're going to put out there everything that we find.
If you're a little kid right now that's being violated, and you're watching what happens, like if, like say you're 13, 14-year-old girl or a 13, 14-year-old boy, and you're watching this, and you're kind of old enough to understand what's happening, but barely, and you're watching the I would say easily the most at this point publicized case of sex trafficking and child molestation and all of that in the history of the world, and you're watching these victims get treated like this. What is that going to do for your wanting to come forward and say something?
Well, exactly. And this is again part of, these women risk their lives to come out. These victims risk their lives. They risk their lives to come out and to make noise in order to protect others. Because this hasn't stopped just because Epstein's dead. And anybody who thinks that is out of their mind. This didn't just go away. It's still happening. And the only way to stop it is through transparency. And that's what we're trying to do.
I'm saying I don't trust these institutions to do what needs to be done. We've had proof that they are willing to run optics for political figureheads. Trump is the anti-establishment president. I think.
Boy,
I
Salty
think
had me till the last statement. Salty had me, and I'm hugging Salty, and then the last statement killed it.
Trump is he's not anti-establishment. He's just pro-Trump. And I would say again, like my dad is a retired Foreign Service officer. I've known ambassadors. I wouldn't say I've worked with high end of government. Government itself, for the most part, is apolitical. Most people involved in the government are there for careers. They're there for 30, 40 years. They change
They're there to serve the people.
They change their jobs based on who the president, like the president determines what their priorities are and things like that. But they're apolitical. They're just doing their jobs. They're not there to do political things. I don't think that there's been any evidence or proof that people are willing to run optics for political figureheads other than what the Trump DOJ is doing right now. Like there's, like this, people say, well, what about the undercover FBI agents on January 6th? And, you can go into some crazy, stupid things that actually don't even make sense. Like, but there's no real evidence that the FBI is in the tank for the Democrats. There's not. There's a lot of nonsensical talking points, but we're not really talking about that right now. I think that the FBI failed in this regard, that they did not take the allegations seriously from the beginning, or in the end, or in the middle at any point. And so every president from Bush through Trump too deserves some criticism in that regard. Am I talking kind of loud? I'm sorry.
No, not at all.
Just my microphone or my attitude, or your speaker volume. Trump has opened our eyes to a lot of corruption. He has.
Yeah, he has.
He has corruption and evil.
Oh, so much corruption and evil he has. You're absolutely right.
So we have a big, strong man that wants to punch you in the face.
That wants to punch me in the face?
Yeah, this lady
Why?
coined the punchable face. I don't know. I would say
what is punchable about it? Is it my glasses? Is it the wrong lipstick? Is it the ears?
I think it's the brain behind it that's smarter than him. Anybody that, like, I'm sorry, if we're going to talk about a punchable face, there is only one person that qualifies for the most punchable face in the history of faces, and his name is Stephen Miller. Release the files. You're going to jail for it.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Release the files, but you're going to jail for releasing the
I
files.
don't know anybody that said it.
Okay, so they haven't released the files again, and I know because I'm going through them, and I know the proper redaction and the not proper redaction. Oh, is Patel shilling there are too many people involved? Because Patel said under oath to Congress and the committee, I watched the hearing. I have the soundbite on my computer where he flat out said more than once that there is no proof that that the FBI, excuse me, the FBI and DOJ have zero proof that Epstein trafficked to anybody other than Epstein.
I think she's actually like if you read so under the rug it goes. I think she's pointing out the hypocrisy.
No, I'm hearing you on that one, but I'm also adding that he said under oath that there wasn't anything.
Yeah.
And yet these files that did get released showed differently. So if that isn't ever part of a cover thing. And again, I encourage everybody. Anything that I'm saying is not based on a feeling. It is based on the hours and hours and hours and hours of data for which I'm acquiring by going through these records as I am trying to get them up on our Epstein wiki. And yes, I'm going to believe sworn testimony of survivors more than I will of a politician or a businessman who says that it's a lie. Because there's for multiple reasons, because I understand the mentality of a survivor.
So about that,
and
I've actually asked this question myself a lot, and like not just Socratically, but like actually trying to find an answer. The victims have to step up, and it's like I'll
they
go
have how many? Oh my God, we have new victims that come out every day.
Like I've been asking, why don't they just name names? And the thing I keep coming back to is, as soon as they start naming names, they're putting a bullseye on their back.
Like, and it's already there.
They're and they're going to
100%.
They're going to get persecuted by their kids. Are going to, and you've got some of these MAGA crazies, some of these Trump crazies that are going to like literally want to shoot them and kill them. And like
the victims have been threatened. Every single person that has come forward has been threatened. And we've had survivors who haven't survived. We have victims who did end up dead. That's why. The other thing is I can give you an example. So Virginia came out and said, Derkowitz freaking raped me. And then he sued the ever-living shit out of her, and she had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars that she didn't have on attorney's fees and court costs to try just to protect herself. Yeah, they have the power to kill us all and bankrupt everybody in court. It's not a fair system if people have the power to do that. Fuck. And by the way,
yeah, that's actually fair too, because like not just the physical threat, but the financial threat.
Yeah, KMA, the victims, haven't they suffered enough? MF, like meow, rish, rubber, kiss my fucking blank, blank, blank. Okay, because that is a stupid fucking statement. How dare you say that the victims need to step up? F you. They've gone through enough. We need to meow, meow, hiss up. We need to. Because you know what? It's us that failed them. Agree, Dusty, on the redaction piece. You're right. So no, the victims have done enough, and we have new survivors that come out almost every day. I've had a couple that have reached out to me over the Epstein thing that aren't public, and they live in fear.
I've heard that there might be putting a list together that they'll come together and release this list.
Well, MTG was supposed to read it in Congress. Quite frankly, I'm not afraid of these MFers. Give me the list. I'll put it out. I'll read it. I'll do videos. Go ahead. Bring it on. I look forward to discovery.
These last couple of months have, like, I've agreed with Marjorie Taylor Greene and I've agreed with Rand Paul, and I never thought either of those things was possible. But and I'll give credit. Like, I think that I'm not ready to just move past Marjorie Taylor Greene being a terrible person. Like, until she apologizes to David Hogg, she's a terrible person.
And every trans person on earth.
At least I will give her this much credit.
Mm-hmm.
She has stood by her conviction that raping children is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, most of the Republicans in Congress cannot say that.
Mm-hmm.
All the ones that are, trying to run from this, at least she fought that fight. And she got, like, basically thrown out of Congress by her own party for it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I give her credit where it's due. That's the only place it's due, but I'll give her credit where it is due.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not ready. Like, some people want to be on the MTG apology tour, but I'm not on that. But I'll give her credit where it's due. I'm try to be honest about things.
Mm-hmm.
Even this is unfortunate. We do not have the evidence. Even the list of co-conspirators had no evidence to back it up. It was simply a DA who wrote down a list of people that were possibly guilty.
That's actually not true. You don't understand the concept of the list, Salty. My list comes directly from the files.
Yeah, like that list came from
my list came from the files and has receipts.
Well, the DA's list didn't. It wasn't just like the DA sat around and thought up names and
no. The list is the list of people they were going to charge.
Yeah, then there was a reason that they had those like that they thought of that. Like,
Congress also knows who they were going to charge. Congress is fully aware of who they were going to charge. That's why they knew about the redactions in the case. They're looking for those names for the people that they were going to end up charging.
In this country, you are innocent until proven guilty, even if yes. I don't think anybody's saying anybody should go to jail without being convicted.
No, I believe in due process.
But I'm also, like, I believe in due process, which means I also believe that the process, like,
you need to do the full process.
The process itself matters too. And like in terms of Trump's prior investigations, everything in the process was legit. There's nothing that nobody skipped due process in any of the cases. They didn't run to completion because he won the election, and so they withheld the charges until after he's done being president. But that doesn't mean he didn't do it. That doesn't mean he was denied due process. That doesn't mean it was, like, lawfare. He was indicted the same way anybody else is indicted. Evidence was collected the same way evidence for anybody else was collected. Warrants were obtained the same way warrants were obtained for anybody else. So the process, you can't say due process and then ignore the process. Like, the process was being faithfully executed.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Salty, I appreciate that you are being sincere and discussing things in good faith.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
We could have packaged anything and called it the Epstein Files, shall so. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I mean, that's
an opinion. All right.
In fact, Democrat judges.
Oh no, that's just more garbage. Has nothing to do with Epstein. Has nothing to do with the files. Just move along. They're just looking for a fight. Musty Burger. Oh my gosh, if I could give you a high five, baby. Oh my God. I'm stealing that and using that.
That's the record, I think.
Oh wow, we're down to the secret societies now, and the Freemasons and the Illuminati. Ooh, cross and bones. Okay,
Do they?
all right.
Is there a triumvirate of those three, and then there's like the people that like, and they're all three, and they're all.
Where does Jesus fit in with those two? Like, do we put Jesus? Like, if we were going to make a diagram, a Venn diagram of all of these, I wonder where they might meet. I might have to play with that.
Which, like, how do they ever
The
talk
conspiracy? Yeah. Like,
are they
can you be a
rival birds?
Freemason? Hold on. Can you be a Freemason and a cross and skull bones guy? Can you do that?
Yeah.
And is the Illuminati like the umbrella dude, or is it like how does, like, do you have a corporate structure for these organizations that are running things?
You know, I've been invited to join the Illuminati on many blue sky DMs. So
nice. What? Wait, so this is not a Democrat's political opportunity. Jeffrey Epstein was prosecuted under Trump's administration. Remember all the trash during COVID when he was telling people to drink bleach. Okay. Unsure what point they're trying to make. Maybe that's from a conversation, but yes, Trump was trying to tell us to drink bleach during COVID. Poor medical advice. And as far as political opportunity, anybody that's politicizing this can just kiss my cat rectum, because this is about justice. This is not about, again, the only reason politics is coming up is because there are politicians named in the Epstein files. That's the only reason why. Otherwise, this is a failure, a systemic freaking failure. Trump is a victim of political lawfare, Dusty. Nobody believes any of those charges, and Democrats can't even name the majority of them. Wow. Salty fell off the deep
absolutely can and would, but
Poor Salty.
This is the distraction. This is
just more. I can't think of anything else to say, so I'm gonna pull things from the bingo card. You know, the reality.
Come on, Salty, we just gave you credit.
Salty.
Don't
have not gone through the files. Until you have gone through as many files as I have, I'm going to tell you, you're wrong. You don't have the evidence. I do. I can offer it to you.
So he says it was misleading. Boy, it's almost like we should just have Salty on the show.
I think so. Salty, will you come on? I think this would be great.
I don't know if leftists know this, but the political right isn't exactly.
Okay.
I do know that. I think that this is what I was talking about, the Civil War in MAGA. Like, there are people
absolutely
like
pissed upon
I don't know if you were here then, but like there's this one wacko lady on TikTok that was going on and on about how, you know, like these girls knew what was going on, and you know, that she knew what she was doing when she was 15 and she was under the bleachers and she knew what was going on. And it's like, okay, ooh. And also, you know, like, but there's those that are trying to just turn into blame the victims. And then there's people that are actually legitimately mad at Pam Bondi, you know. And that's what I mean by and are upset about the way that they're not being released. Seems like you're on that side, and I think this is one of the reasons I think that we need to be able to learn to talk about things past politics. Is like we should just be able to talk about pedophilia is bad and not make it about politics. Like I get, you know, like I get called a pedophile just because I'm like think trans people have rights.
Oh, because you believe in body autonomy.
Yeah.
Body autonomy.
Those things are not the same thing. They're not remotely the same thing. And we should be able to talk about, we should be able to find agreement on things that we find agreement on without it becoming a Republican versus Democrat thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Both are liars and morons. Stop talking about what you know nothing. I have already reported. For what? What are you reporting us for?
I don't care about that. I just the war on apostrophes, like, please
Yeah,
Please.
I see.
It's YOU apostrophe
Somebody
RE.
is very afraid. I really think that there's a level of MAGA that is just so terrified of owning that they have been supporting someone like this, that they just can't, that they're grasping at straws to just try and save whatever face that they can. You know, when it comes to this.
If this was the Democrat political opportunity, then Joe Biden. Yeah, we've been through this many, many times.
This is, again, we come back to it's not about politics. We have to have conversations about things that don't always have to involve, you know, Trump and all of that. Epstein gifted me a small Asian boy? All right.
Whatever that's supposed to be. This is a self-inflicted wound by an elderly man who has dementia and heart failure. And I mean, like, I do really feel like a lot of this is self-inflicted.
He's really sick. Yeah.
The reason it became such a big deal is that the Trump administration made it a big deal. They're the ones that had the big show with the binders. They're the ones that said the files are on my desk. They made everybody believe that they were going to release the Epstein files. And then as soon as everybody's like, okay, where are they? Then they're like, oh, they try to unceremoniously dismiss it with a memo and say, oh, well, we looked at everything and there's nothing there. After they had gone, like, you have to understand where somebody might, be a little bit skeptical when you're like, oh, we're going to release the Epstein files. And then you look at the Epstein files and you say, oh, there's nothing there. Just take our word for it. Trust me, bro. Like, okay. And after there's been reports that you've got like hundreds of agents spending thousands of hours going through and retracting Trump's name from it. Like, and then it comes out and then there's like hundreds of pages with Trump's name redacted. Like, at a certain point, you have to think, maybe there is something in there.
If it quacks like a duck and it looks like a duck and it smells like a duck and it lays eggs like a duck, chances are likely it's a duck.
They didn't block it. You're blaming Skynet for it being incompetent.
Skynet.
I have no idea what any of this means. Okay, who didn't block what? Why is Skynet? And who's being incompetent? I don't understand any of that. It sounds like a robot on Glitch.
So Tech Tasked wants to know if it's redacted, how we know Trump's name is it, because we know how to unredact the files, and they redacted files that had already been publicly released.
Can you click on that and
unredacted?
Click on the comment and it will display.
Oh, okay. No, see, it's not coming in. Oh, I just saw. Okay. Now I see how to do that. Oh, okay. I've got to go find it. I was looking on YouTube. I've been looking at them on YouTube, but now I see that. Oh, I can even join the chat. Well, this is cool.
Oh, you've been on the YouTube thing. No, yeah, the stream.
Oh. Okay. Now I have to find it on here. Oh, how interesting.
Okay, so you want to put that up there? And
I'm looking for it. I'm logging in. Let's see. I have to find it again. Oh, well, next one. Okay, so now I can click on them and it'll pop up here?
Yeah, if you click on the... Like, you can just... I didn't realize you weren't in StreamYard.
Yeah.
This is, again, we've been through this many, many times. This is all presuming that the Democrats scoured the Epstein files to see if
Mhm.
there was anything in Trump that had Trump, that there was this motivation to find something on Trump and do it. None of that is true. They didn't exactly need dirt on Trump, considering he had already tried to overthrow the country, steal
Yeah, there
classified
was
documents,
plenty
and ban all these,
enough.
you
There's
know,
plenty enough stuff.
they weren't like trying to find something for him.
Mhm.
The whole idea that they were trying to get Trump is just a fairy tale MAGA notion. Like, Trump did enough to be gotten. Like, he
Mhm.
actually tried to overthrow the government. He actually stole government documents. Those were, things that there were actual statutes that were broken, actual laws that were broken,
Mhm.
and charged and upheld by a judge and found by a grand jury that there is enough evidence that he should stand trial. All of those things are real. Like, they didn't need to go through and find some circumspect evidence if they were trying to get Trump, they didn't need to try to get
Mhm.
Trump. Like, it's just, that whole argument is just such a weird argument. Um, so can you take the helm for a minute, and then you need to go, right?
Yeah, my kiddo just got here.
Okay, just give me another quick break, please, and I'll be right
Yes. Please enjoy. All right. So, looking at you guys. Um, praise ice. Okay. That's a choice too. Who has a kitten? Oh, I have 4 cats. I am somebody is saying, "Oh my gosh, she has a kitten." No, I have 4 of them. I am owned by 4 of them. We have a Shoggoth, a Loki, a Luna, and a Princess. Actually, Christopher Windsor, you said that Bill Clinton was on the list. No one's talking about that. If you had been here through the entire stream, you would actually know that. Actually, no, we're talking about Bill Gates and Clinton. And I even sat here and gave a whole 10-minute rant about how I'm furious that he and Hillary are refusing to testify before Congress. It's bullshit, in my opinion, and, I think they should be arrested and go to jail if they refuse to testify before Congress, and it does need to be addressed. Absolutely. Nobody's talking about Trump's economy versus Biden because, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the Epstein files. So feel free to go find somebody to talk about that with, but that's not what we're talking about. So, um I absolutely believe looking for answers that Clinton should be held accountable for whatever it is that he did, and he needs to go and answer to Congress. Oh, yeah, no, they subpoenaed or asked for them to come testify, and he said no, and I think that absolutely, Michael Jackson was also connected with Epstein. I don't have the documentation to prove he was on Epstein Island, though. I have not seen that. I just have some photos of him with Jeffrey Epstein, so let me make sure that that's clear. No, I'm not a cat. It's called a brand. And in brands, sometimes we identify ourselves with things to help people remember us. And the resistance kitty is because actually the black cat has been considered a symbol of the resistance for decades and decades. So that's why we selected that. Um, Jeb Common, we are discussing the Epstein files, not mass shooting, nor are we discussing transgender care. I will mention that that is misinformation, stating that 9 of the last mass shooters were transgender. That is misinformation, and there's lots of receipts to follow that. If you would like some of those receipts, I'm happy to provide them for you. But wherever that information is coming from is misinformation. Reverend Jake is friends with Epstein's. I don't know who that is. So there are letters and lies from a pedophile. Deport all Jews to Israel. Okay, that's a feeling and that's certainly an opinion. However, currently we're talking about the Epstein files. So, let's focus on the files. Cowards refusing to testify. I think it was a clarity thing. If one of the public photos for Michael Jackson. Yeah, the photo of Michael Jackson was he and I think Diana Ross, the with her children and his children, and they made it seem like they were victims. That's why I said the redaction is just crap on there. That's why I'm like specifically looking and we're doing cross-referencing to find out the ones that were actually survivors and the ones that are not survivors that are redacted and so on. That's part of the work we're trying to do is to make sure that we're protecting the survivors, but that we're also making sure that people aren't being considered survivors that aren't as well.
And this is again like why we need, like, I feel like we need context for things. I think the way things are being done, you can infer guilt where it's not, and you can ignore guilt where it's there. Like, we need context.
Mhm.
Like I think just for what's the word? The word for when somebody's not exculpatory. Like, if there's exculpatory stuff in there, that should be released too.
Right.
So
yes, Clinton's camp did say redact the pages. They did. I still think that it's illegal. I'm sorry, I don't think. I know it is still illegal to refuse a subpoena in front of Congress. That is still the law. No different than when he was impeached for perjury. It's still the law. You still need to follow the law. Yes, he's saying release the files, but Clinton is also saying, we're not going to go in and testify before Congress. Like, no, you don't get to pick and choose that. I don't care if you were a former president. I don't care who you are. The laws need to apply to all of us equally. Period. Hands down. Once again, badass, what is that? I have new glasses I'm getting used to. So it's
Yeah.
badass Tiger Oscar 7444, which is probably just a bot, but I don't really care. We right now we are talking about the Epstein files. Now, Epstein took pictures of everyone famous. He was playing Pokemon with celebrities. Actually, Chris, I agree with you. He kind of had this power fetish. He used to collect their phone numbers also and their contact information, even if he never had a single bit of contact with them. We're finding that with Henry Kissinger. I'm not finding any documentation. He shows up in the Black Book, but I'm not finding anything that links the two of them in any way, shape, or form at this stage. And so, and it even says so on our list that when you click on it, there are no links associated. We think this is part of his fetish for collecting like pictures and data with other famous people. And there are many people like that, which is another reason why we're asking for the files to be released and why we're building the Epstein Wiki so that we can clarify and give context to each piece of data so people are not taking them out of context. I think this is really super important.
Well, maybe I missed something. Are you saying that we can't talk about Israel when talking about the Epstein files? The files wouldn't show Epstein with IDF clothes and fake passports like some 90s spy. I think in the context of the Epstein files where it applies, that's but like we're not doing 6 degrees of separation here.
So in regards to the whole IDF thing, in regards to Epstein and all that, I want to say I am paying attention to it. I am looking, but right now, based on the part of the infrastructure that I'm working on, I have not gotten to that place. But there is a wonderful person to follow on X who is like a rock and who's brilliant, and his name is Anthony Andrews. I'm going to put his information in the chat, and he talks a lot about the Epstein Israeli link I'll be putting his data and his information into the Wiki Epstein files. I've not gotten that far yet, to be honest. And in fact, quite frankly, if you're very knowledgeable in this, I would love for you to come and help us out and help build that part of the wiki out so that we can. It's really interesting. I had people that were very hesitant of me, including both the Israeli government, the Qatar government, the Saudis. I can go on, but we have a dozen governments that were heavily involved with Epstein's.
Wow.
Several. Yeah, we've got Russia. We've got, I mean, it really is this is a very, very he had tentacles in lots of governments, the Chinese government, the Israeli government, Russia. There were lots of tentacles. So yes, I agree with you, Michael. We do need to bring those things up. I am not in that place yet, but if anybody here has a lot of knowledge to that and wants to contribute to Epstein Wiki to talk about it, I do agree that that's important. So we do know, I will say that Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, was a Mossad spy. It was like a Mossad KGB double agent and was found to be such. That is definitely, there's a link there. In fact, there's a picture in the files of Ghislaine, super young, like young being like teenagery looking, and her father sitting in front of piles of money.
Wow.
So yeah, so there's a lot. There's a lot in the royal family. Andrew is not the only royal member on the list. That is one thing I need to say. We're fixating on certain people, but I need to put out there, he's not the only royal family member that participated.
Do
that
any
was
of them go by
involved.
the first name King?
There's definitely a Charles page happening. So, although I tend to think that Charles wasn't as much as the playboy. He was so in love with Camilla, like he was almost obsessed with her. But there's definitely business involved. And that's the other piece, is like, we're not just talking about the rape and torture of these women. There are huge, like there's a whole section, like there's whole sections on all the different shell companies he was making for rich people to hide money to avoid taxes in all different countries. Like, I mean, and to me, that's as much as that's stealing. You're stealing from us at that point. So
if Trump was involved, why wouldn't the leftists use it against him and wait so long? Just watch the show.
yeah,
Like,
just
we've been through
rewind the
this
show.
so
We've
many
already
times.
talked about this.
Like,
It's
this
just
one's
like,
becoming tired. But again, if Trump wasn't involved, I don't care. If Trump wasn't involved, that's no reason to not release the Epstein files. To me, the issue is not about Trump at all. It is
it's
about
the
finding
files.
the people
Release
that
the
rape
files.
children and sending them to prison. Like, if Trump wasn't involved, fine. It doesn't mean we shouldn't release the files.
That would make me feel so much better.
I
would
prefer
feel
thinking that
so much
I
better.
would actually prefer to know that the president of the United States wasn't a child rapist. Okay.
Yeah. And again, I keep bringing up, if
That's
Hillary
breaking news.
knew, then I absolutely think she also needs to be, again, I said the staff, anybody who knew needs to be held accountable.
Do you know
and
of
I
any
think
victims?
Hillary needs to go in front.
Do you know
Say
of any
again?
victims that said Hillary knew about Bill at the island, or any victims that even have said that Bill
I have
was at the
no
island?
documentation of that I have not seen, but I'm also open. If you can get me that documentation, we definitely are there. And I've said that from the beginning. I think Hillary should go. I think the fact that she's not stepping up is kind of shitty and un-American.
But Bill Clinton did say, just
yes,
go ahead and
but
say,
he's still refusing
any
to
information
testify
in
before.
the files about me,
Then
go
he
ahead.
should. Then he needs to go testify before Congress. Period.
I just,
you can say anything.
If I were Bill Clinton, I would say, yes, I'll come testify to Congress, but only in an open session.
Hillary once said that he was like, what is it, the quote? He was like, it's hard to keep that dog on the porch or some stuff. Hillary was well aware of his cheating through their marriage. They had a relatively open marriage, but he would just, the rules were he wasn't supposed to embarrass them. So that's a whole other ball of wax. Okay, so Jeb, we're not talking about the Chinese part of the Epstein files today. And I think that the same laws should apply to everybody. You're absolutely right. I think that most establishment congresses stink to high heaven. And so there does need to be a radical shift.
This is one of those cases where I think like the whole two parties, like the founders envisioned a separation of powers,
Two-party systems don't count
between three branches of government, and we've had three branches of government evolve into two parties of government.
Yeah, you can't do that. You have to. We need to have a multi-party system.
The problem right now is that Congress is just, and this is not just like right now. It's been a slow bleeding process. Has gradually acquiesced all its power to the executive branch, and so it's not. This is. It happened under Clinton, it happened under Bush, it happened under Obama, it happened under Biden, and now it's now it's happening more than ever, where you just got a president going out and declaring war on different countries and without any even conversations with Congress. So somebody that knows the future.
The man was a hateful person and a pain in the neck.
Talking about Charlie Kirk. Pain in the neck.
Rainbow Kitty snort laugh. That was funny.
I don't know if he intended it that way, but if he did, it's genius.
The government has custody of the I believe the government or the estate have custody of the Clinton art piece.
I don't know what people think the Clinton painting is supposed to prove.
He had lots of artwork done. He was an art collector, and there were art pieces that had lots of people in it, but not just Clinton. Although it was a great piece.
It's not like Clinton had to like pose for the painting or whatever. I could get a painting.
Here, look.
Trump in a dress.
Yeah, I mean, like big deal. I mean, like art is art. Like, look, I've got a beautiful picture of my husband. That's not really him inside of that kilt, but you can go get the portraits made. I mean, it's not art is art. That's not even the interesting part. I mean, it's great. It's a great piece. I hang it in my house. I think it's hilarious.
Is there some sort of
it's in the banana stand. The money's
is that like a cultural reference?
The money's in a banana stand. Yes, from I think Arrested Development. The money's in the banana stand.
Oh.
And then they burn the banana stand down.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I was thinking of the this whole thing with the Epstein files and just all the botched release and everything. The meme that keeps coming back to me is the hot guy going, we're going to find out who did this. So
crazy.
The left and the right are both on the Epstein files.
Yeah, everybody's in there. Like, and stop being so. I need people to stop being so American centric.
Trump is not associated with them. That's not true. That's just provably false.
That is not true at all.
It's mentioned over 600 times. But yes, you're right. The left and the right are both on the Epstein files, and Trump is definitely mentioned in the Epstein files.
Yeah, we have lots and lots of. He's mentioned more than any other person in the files.
He's also mentioned more than any person in the emails. The Bill Clinton blue dress portrait of the Epstein home means absolutely nothing at all.
It just
other than that Epstein either bought or commissioned a portrait of Bill Clinton in a blue dress. Bill Clinton does not have to be involved in that process in any way, shape, or form. Like, you get it? Like, it doesn't mean anything other than there was painting at Bill. Like, I don't.
There was a painting at Bill
Clinton.
I've got a painting of a naked person above my bed. Does that mean something other than I have a picture of a person above my bed? I mean, it is what it is.
Oh, so
Hmm.
somebody I think is saying that Charlie Kirk was taken out by Israel.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
we're not
Why are we
about
talking about that guy? He's dead. He's done. Like, move on. He's dead. He's never coming back. He's not a saint. He's dead. He's dirt. He's brown. Grass. Back part of the world again. He's stardust.
your presidents don't kiss the Chinese wall. No, but they kiss our president kisses Putin's ass. All right.
I think he's
Russia.
beyond kissing it. Honestly, I think he crawls right up inside there and licks his polyps.
Licks his polyps. Wow, that's
I mean,
that's an image
he's
I did not
way
need.
but in there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So again, I think
Not sure what
this cabinet is the greatest picture of a DEI hired or DUI hire I've ever seen. We're not talking about DEI, we're talking about the Epstein files.
okay. I don't
Okay.
care.
I hear what you're saying, but I hear what you're saying. What matters to you are things that matter in the United States. Okay, that's great. However, this was an American citizen involved with American politicians and money and lots of things that also had heavy involvement with other governments that does directly matter to because it does impact us as Americans. So that is significant that we're not so tunnel vision that we're only focusing on the pieces that belong in America because we are part of greater systems and systems affect one another. That's just how the world works. You can't be completely isolated and in a bubble away from all of these other things. America cannot sit there and be alone and not have anything to do with any other government in the world. That's just not how it works.
And it's also like, again, it's not about the American government or the royal government or anything.
Mhm.
It's about justice for the victims.
Mhm.
These were Americans who were victimized. If they
Mhm.
were victimized by British royalty, if somebody comes over from another country and rapes a woman, I'm pretty sure
Mhm.
that you're generally against that if they're like not a legal immigrant, right? You're the ones that's all worried about
Right.
rapists and murderers and immigrants, but like all of a sudden you don't care.
Mhm. So, they're not mouse ears, they're cat ears, and if that's cringy, you can move on. You don't have to watch.
I do think, and sorry, I'm going to just
That's okay.
digress for 1 second. So
Please do.
he's talking about I do think it was ironic that the thing that Charlie Kirk was lying about when he was shot was trans shooters. Uh-oh. Did she leave on purpose? Sorry. I think Kitty had. Oh, she's back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know if you had an emergency come up with your kid or.
No, it got dropped.
Ah.
That was me.
But anyway, I think it was ironic that he was lying about trans kids shooting people when he was shot. Like the literal topic he was talking. He was saying somebody asked him how many trans people, trans shooters have there been, and he said too many. Which I would say too many of any shooters is too many, or one, But he was perpetuating this lie that trans people are more likely to be mass shooters. It's like most of the shooters are straight cisgender white people, including the guy that shot Charlie Kirk. I think. Well, depends on how you define straight, but he was raised. I don't. What do you? And we don't want to get into all that. I'm gonna have to do something on that. Do a show on that. The whole Charlie Kirk like murder thing is to me such a joke. And I'm getting distracted. Bottom line is everyone who denies public access to and publication of the Epstein data is declaring they either are a pedo themselves or at least an enabler.
I say that all the time. I agree. 100%. I'm right there with you.
And I honestly, like, this is one of those things that boggles my mind. How would anybody disagree with that? That's like got to be one of the least controversial statements somebody can make.
You have to look inside and think, like, why am I okay with this or not? We do know that a certain percentage of our culture are sociopathic and sadistic. So that means that they're going to be okay with this behavior.
Nobody cared. Like, again, I just want to point this out. And to our detriment as a society, nobody cared until July. Nobody cared about there was a fringe group on the right that cared about the Epstein files, and they mostly cared about it for other reasons. But nobody cared about the victims.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to the detriment of our society. That's to the detriment of the Democrats. That's to the detriment of the Republicans. But look at the Google searches. You look at the volume of Google searches. Then nobody cared. Based on that, nobody cared about the Epstein files until July of 2025, when Pam Bondi said that they had reviewed all the files and there was nothing in them. And that's when, because after all this buildup of how they were going to release them, and then they do all this stuff, and then all of a sudden they say, oh, there's nothing there. That's like the kid with cookie crumbs coming out of his mouth saying he never saw the cookies.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when people started, that's like, wait, something's up now. Like, I honestly think if the Trump administration had not made a big deal about the Epstein files, we would not be talking about the Epstein files today.
Probably not.
The Republicans are the ones that made it a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need to, like, if you need to go be with your kid?
I do. My daughter just got here, so it's game night. Friday nights are our game nights.
So I can continue on. Thanks a lot.
Enjoy.
Before you go, just a couple of questions for you. If anybody wants to help, what should they do?
They should reach out. They can reach out to EpsteinWiki.com, or and I sent you some of our links, or they can reach out to me on social media or through resistancekitty.com if they're interested in doing some contributing for it. We are still wrapping up and locking down our the part of the system that allows people to log in and out and who can edit what right now. But we should have that done in the next week or so that now everybody can start to contribute, and it's not just me doing the articles right now. So hopefully it will be done. But you can reach me at our Linktree Revolution 2025 Linktree at resistancekitty.com, at epsteinwiki.com, or through the resistancedirectory.com.
I will make sure and put all of that on the description in the YouTube, and
awesome.
And then I'll add it. I'll post it on the Twitter and the other Facebook.
Awesome. Thank you. I enjoyed, and I look back to coming back. I look forward to coming back.
You're a forever favorite guest. So thanks a lot, and everybody likes you more than me anyway.
All right, everybody. I will see you soon. Happy holidays.
So we can still hang out a bit more. Sorry, I had to take a dump. I don't use my phone on the toilet. Oh, okay. Are you standing? Nobody's standing up for Clinton, seriously or comedically. I'm just saying that the painting means nothing. If Clinton, I've said this like 50 times now. If Clinton raped children, Clinton should go to jail. I'm saying a painting of Clinton in the Epstein estate does not mean that he's guilty. Like, you're gonna present that to a jury, and then like that means he's guilty of something. There is a. I'll also add in. I created a dashboard that has all kinds of references, and also just the Epstein wiki that she's writing, that she's working on, that is filled with like not only secondhand sources but the original source material. So all this stuff, you can go on there and look it up. I don't think Kamala killed anybody with fentanyl, but that's neither here nor there. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Charlie Kirk, invite debate. People that copy opinion can't debate. Charlie Kirk and I have very different understandings of the word debate. Charlie Kirk liked to engage in a lot of bad faith conversations. I wouldn't call those debates. I don't know. I've never really pulled anybody. I have no idea. Like, Bill Clinton didn't necessarily have to pose for that. Like, you seem to be under the impression that that Clinton picture proves something. You don't have to have Bill Clinton pose in a dress in order for somebody to paint a picture of it. Okay, I have zero capacity for. Okay. I don't know if that's directed at me. I don't know what that means. I've said critical things of the Democrats here. I'll say this one more time, just for those that are hard of hearing. I think that the Democrats should have done more to investigate the Epstein files while Joe Biden was in power. And I shouldn't even say the Democrats. I should say Joe Biden's Department of Justice should have looked into the case of Epstein more, and not to get Trump, but to get justice for the victims. I think that the real tragedy here is that we've made this about Trump on both sides. The Democrats are making it about Trump in their offensive, and the Republicans are making it about Trump in their defense. Like, it should not be about Trump. It should be about justice for the victims. I don't understand why that's complicated. The difference between the left and right is the right want everyone guilty of CM to go to jail. No, I don't know how many. I don't know what CM is. Again, anybody that child molestation. I think I want anybody guilty of child molestation to go to jail. I've said that over and over again. I don't know if you just jumped on, but I've been saying this about every 5 minutes. So there's some. The reason Charlie Kirk keeps coming up is there's some people that believe that he was assassinated because he wanted the Epstein files released. Yippies! I made the streamers last. The system needs to move people like you to Greenland. I don't know what that means or why. What is people like me? That's quite a statement. Is Sue Walton, is Sam Walton in Epstein files? I have no idea. I could go there. Hang on. Oh, whoops, that's not this one. Okay, sorry. Let's look here. We'll put the. I'll show you how neat this thing is. Okay, so we're going to do a search here, and we're just going to do Sam Walton. Nothing found, so I would say no. At least not that's there. Somehow illegal now, or right. The FBI was completely willing to use young women for fodder for more wars. I don't know what that means. Speaking of making I have no idea what that means. I couldn't find. I did the search and didn't see anything. You would protect pedos if they. No, I wouldn't. I've said repeatedly, anybody that's in there should go to jail. Anybody that is proven to molest children should go to jail. Period. I don't know why. Like, I'm the one that's saying, let's not make it political. Why is this a retort to that? Or unless, I don't know, are you just scrolling through and just saw the topic and decided to say the knee-jerk thing? I don't know. That's what I'm not gonna. I don't even know. The guy that shot Charlie Kirk had a trans girlfriend, actually, according to what we know. Yes. That does not. What does that mean? You know, like. Yeah, if you're not even willing to look at the paperwork, then what are you trying to protect? Just ask yourself what you're protecting. I don't know if that was directed at me or somebody else. There's no paperwork I'm not willing to look at. Yes, I agree with that. Anybody that molests children should be in prison. Like, again, I don't even understand why anybody would consider that a controversial point of view. Nobody should be. I agree with that. I don't celebrate Charlie Kirk getting murdered. Why didn't Joe Biden release it? Asked and answered like 27 times. The question itself assumes that Joe Biden looked at the report, nothing was in there against Trump, and then decided to not release it based solely on whether or not there was something to do on Trump. Meanwhile, prosecutions against Trump for other crimes were ongoing. Like, it's just not a logical assumption. Imagine old web and old world genius with a strict non-computer literate family. That's not English, Caleb. I just, like, if we're going to insist on talking about the whole Charlie Kirk thing, the killer was a big Nick Fuentes fan. So, like, I don't know too many far left people who are, Nick Fuentes fans. And I know they're, being trans and on the right are not mutually exclusive. Like, pretty sure Caitlyn Jenner is not a left-leaning libtard. Money could not win. That's part of it. And he did release what he could. And that's that. I've asked this question, I've responded to this over and over again. Yeah, nobody cared, and I'm not just saying Democrats didn't care. Republicans didn't care either. The public interest did not swell until Pam Bondi said that there wasn't anything there. After she had promised to release the files, that they were on her desk, and then all of a sudden, this secret memo, or not secret memo, but this offhand memo comes out. Oh, we checked it all, and there's nothing there. That day, like the Google searches for Jeffrey Epstein went up like 1900%. Like all of a sudden, that's what got people thinking, why is there something there? It's like if you say you're going to investigate this crime and you make a big deal about investigating the crime, and there's some suspicion that the guy you work for is guilty of the crime, and there's been all these allegations that the guy you work for has been being removed from the files, and then you're like, oh, there's nothing there. Like there's a reason that all of a sudden all the interest ginned up, and it wasn't the Democrats and it wasn't the Republicans. It was the Trump administration did it to themselves. He went to there's no evidence that ever happened. I don't even think Donald Trump has ever even made that claim. Marjorie Taylor Greene is the left. Don't know who Elaine Maxwell was. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Just saying Maxwell. She didn't have the DOJ sealed the files because her appeal was still there. So it's policy to not release the files while there's still an ongoing appeal. I don't know if it's law. I think I've read different accounts of that. But again, Joe Biden did not personally involve himself with the Department of Justice. And there's nothing, he's never even made a public statement about it. I think that he just had the wall between the Department of Justice and himself and just did not involve himself in it. And so they just the way they would treat any other case, they treated it. It wasn't about hiding it, and it wasn't about releasing it. It was just about normally entertaining it. What I think they did fail, though, is that they should have continued the investigation into what happened and gotten justice for the victims. I think we've made too much about whether or not it's about Trump, and we need to make it about whether or not the victims deserve justice. And so that's why I say again and again, if Trump was involved, Trump should go to jail. If Trump wasn't involved, he shouldn't go to jail. But everyone who is involved, whether it's Trump, whether it's Bill Clinton, whether it's Barack Obama, whether it's the Tooth Fairy or the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus, anybody who was involved in raping children belongs to in prison. Oh no! Well, you're insulting. Like, why? Why is you have an issue with her having a game? I don't know what dog porn website. What? You realize that drag story time and pedophiles have absolutely nothing to do with each other. I'm not against people reading to children. If you have a problem, like I just go read to children. If you have an issue with it, they're doing something you don't have the courage to do, and maybe not the ability to do. I don't know who was where all the time. He never, no, Monica Lewinsky never even accused him of raping her. I'm saying there's no evidence. This is just a made up thing. Bill Clinton did not go to the island 67 times. But if he did go to the island 67 times and rape girls, he should go to jail. This number keeps growing every time somebody comments on it. It's up to 60. There's no evidence he was ever even on the island. Well, I'm not LGBTQ, but I certainly support them. How do you know they were bad faith? How do I know what was bad faith? Oh, Charlie Kirk's arguments? Because they were in bad faith. They were his debates were set up. He's in this throne, and then people line up in the microphone, and then he keeps interrupting them. He doesn't let them direct their own train of thought. He asks them loaded questions. Then he answers the loaded questions for them, and then he moves them on. They were bad faith questions. When he actually had a real debate with real people, he got his butt kicked. Look at the debates that he had in Oxford and how he got just punked like a little child. I don't know why you're talking about NAMBLA. I don't know about. I don't think making it anti-Semitic doesn't make anything better. Funny, how are you? I'm not sticking up for Clinton. I said if Bill Clinton did anything wrong, he should go to jail. If he raped children, he should go to jail. How is that sticking up for Clinton? But Donald Trump is mentioned in the files more often than Bill Clinton. So if you're going to say how can you have it both ways? I don't know what fake Masons means. So we've got the Masons, the fake Masons, the Illuminati, and the Skull and Bones. So now we're all into a bunch of people talking about Erica Kirk. I don't think Erica. If you're too smart, dangerous, or have been exposed to something like knowledge, experience, you're going to be on a watch. I don't think anybody ever accused Charlie Kirk of being too smart. I thought it was a bad joke when I first heard Erica Kirk was involved in this death, and it only gets more and more believable every day. She is a horrible human being. That's interesting. I have no idea. I tend to not involve myself in right-wing MAGA conspiracies. If these people are actually adults in typing these weird things, what happened to them? Is this why they are normalized to it and defend it in certain cases? That's an interesting conversation. In some ways, I feel like you do. Like there's the weird comments, but then there are some people that I've engaged with on this channel that seem to be at least willing to have a real discussion. And then you get people that are just on all over. There's just weird people all over the internet. And I think that, in chats like this, they have a chance to be heard. Yes, Bill Clinton, too. Why is it difficult for the public to believe that public hates pedophiles regardless of party affiliation? Yes, I agree. Bill Clinton raped kids. Bill Clinton should be in prison. It's the wealthy middle class whites that have agency who are creating all this nonsense, and not for future problem to be solved. It's because That's what happens when you give someone that kind of title. I have no idea what any of that means. I agree. I think everything should be investigated. I don't think there's any evidence that Biden covered for pedos because Trump wasn't one. I think that most people had, like, if you had told people in 2017 who's Jeffrey Epstein, almost nobody even knew who he was. Like, this is like just not a really. There was a momentary interest in him in 2019 after he committed government-assisted suicide, but for the most part, nobody really knew what was going on with Epstein. Like, this rationale is that everybody was like aware of what was going on, and I do think that there's. There I have issues with that there weren't these victims were not listened to. They weren't heard. The FBI did not prosecute them, and that happened under Bush, Obama, Clinton, or not Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump won, Biden. I think there are some people that have cared for years. I think there are some people, there is a percentage of people that have been following this for a long time. But like I've said, like with the... Okay. Sorry, just had a message pop up. That's interesting. All right, so this guy doesn't even know child transition. I don't know what this has to do with trans people. Arabic numerals are literally the ones we already use. Are you trolling? Don't even get me started on Aramaic letters or Phoenician letters. If you're not. Sadly, it is. And it's like, it's if you're not on my side, you're a pedo. Like, we can't even agree that pedophilia is wrong. Like, pedophilia is wrong for myself. All I've been saying the whole time, anybody that raped children should go to jail. Like, that's my whole position on this. And that we should, for the sake of the victims, not for the sake of getting Trump or for the sake of getting Clinton, I think we should honor the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein by actually prosecuting the people that raped them. I don't understand why that's like a controversial position. Trump has done a lot of stupid things. I'm not aware of that. That would have had to been back like in 2005 if he commented on the original case. Because he was, that's when he was a senator, if that's what you're referring to. I looked, like I couldn't find a statement. So I should qualify that. I could not find a statement, and so if there is one, it's just one I couldn't find. How do grown adults type like this in chat and normalize it? What happened in their own lives explains why everything seems great to them, maybe. So guys, Bunch of 67. Is it okay? Okay. The ghost of Charlie Kirk is in the chat. Well, you can tell I've never. Well, I can tell. No, I've watched a few of them, and they were just really nonsensical. I mean, maybe if you're agreeing with him and everything, then you're thinking he's owning the libs. But when I watch it, I see somebody that's like avoiding the actual conversations. I have not seen a fair debate where Charlie Kirk had like an actual answer to an actual thing. Bush or Clinton dynasty again. This is one of the things that's weird to me about the whole MAGA thing is like all these people that were Republicans in 2008 are suddenly like the people that voted for Bush didn't vote for Bush now. It's hard to find a Bush voter. We have no, yes, I agree. But again, only a small percentage. This is another, like too many people make this about the island. Most of the sex stuff didn't happen on the island. And people that went to the island sometimes weren't involved in sex stuff. So like, and it doesn't have to be like on the plane or not on the plane. It's just Donald Trump was a 2-mile drive from Jeffrey Epstein's house in Florida, where he did most of his stuff. Or Mar-a-Lago is, you know. I don't know about all the Virgin Island stuff. What do you do with this obsession on Jews and secret societies? How do you deal with this insane amount of depraved minorities that are literally corporate backed and in the spotlight, the Democrats? I don't know what you're asking. I think that the obsession on Jews and secret societies is a lot of anti-Semitic bullshit. And I ignore it. You have people literally squandering their right to vote because they know it is backed in blood, innocence, and guilt. I don't know what that means. I wasn't old enough to vote when Bush was president. Just Bush was a Republican. Most of the people that voted for Bush voted for Trump, unless they died. There wasn't a huge like Bush to Clinton crossover vote. But anyway. What a very weird take. All right. All right, so I think that's going to be it for today. We've been over 4 hours. I appreciate you guys for stopping by, and I'll talk to you on Monday. I hope you have a great weekend. Hope your favorite team wins if you're a football fan. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I get assault anyway. All right. See you at 1:30 on Monday, Central Time, 2:30 Eastern Time. Have a good weekend. Bye.